The prophet of thought. Open your mind, 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 open your mind. Open your mind, 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 open your mind.
Hours of power.
Debates. Open your mind, your mind, your mind, your mind.
Hours of power.
So, a community is where you control your power, you control your education, you control your power. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Well, what about the people that get out? Oh, well, my cousin, he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion. Three PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hit his siren, looked to the rear, and hit his cop car, flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. But he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passing by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your billions and your Rolls Royce and your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Why do you think you never pick up the paper and see over and over see white families now? You take thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying? That's like cops got mama at one point. I put the back of the head. Why do you think black cops are there? Think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna stop breathing. And I will stop in our neighborhood with breathing side. We will not tolerate. Now, if we were organized, which is hard to organize people who are just because of crazy, you don't love to crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that any time a cop or anybody carry a gun, you have to have a license to make you drive a car. And if you use it wrong, then you'll lose your license. And if a jail, you can never work again as a cop or a store boy or a private detective. Now, how do you get Congress to put that? Well, you can get economic power, and you call on your friends, black, white, young, and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas, and it was started on Thanksgiving with a case of them. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year. Lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happened now? Huh? Thanksgiving happens, Georgia, huh? Season over, Westinghouse. They go get the deal, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, Senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's economic. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system that wiped us out so bad.
Open your minds.
And peace, folks, and welcome back to another edition of the Proper Thought series right here on the old T.P.O.T. YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why your black asses are here. Yeah, tonight, we're doing something a little different tonight, y'all. The general, as you can see, is going to be in the house tonight. And we're going to do a little old school versus new school. Because, the general, he's from my generation. We those old Negroes that everybody talk about. And we're going to have a young fella come up here. And we're going to have like an open topic. And we're going to throw down a little bit. But before we get started, y'all know I always got to come up here and thank you good folks, all right? The good folks right here and the good folks out there. Why? Because y'all support this channel so much, man. With your like, your shares, your views, your subscriptions, and also your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. Y'all support this channel so much, man. I mean, I get a lot of invites to go to other people's, channels. And I know that most of y'all, it's because of y'all, most of you. That's why everybody knows who I am. I know it ain't just because of my black ass. I know it's because of you good folks here and you good folks in this here chat room, man. So, once again, man, like I do every night, man, I like to thank you good folks, man, for your support, man, the way you support this channel, the way you support this platform, and ultimately the way you support me, So I thank y'all, man. I'm humbled. I'm honored. I'm appreciative, man. And I thank all of you. All right. All right. So let's get at it. What's good with it, Big Duke? I see you up there, man. Yeah, so what we're going to do tonight, I actually, full disclosure, because I don't like to BS y'all. Full disclosure, I had a couple young brothers lined up. One of them couldn't make it. The other one, I couldn't get a damn response from. So what I'm going to do, all right, because I'm still waiting for the general to get in the house. What I'm going to do is I am going to allow one of you young folks out in the audience to step on up if you feel the need to take on the general. Oh, good luck on that Cash App, Brother Nate. My man, appreciate that, brother. Brother Nate, Cash Apping before the festivities even start. My brother. Yeah, so anybody who wishes to step up and take on the general, feel free to come on through. Just in case, one of the brother that I'm waiting on, he might show up. He might. The other brother, he might. Oh, good look on that Cash App, brother the shizzle. Wait, I put on my glasses, man. God damn it, you putting shit up there, making me put my glasses on. God damn it. No, I'm old. The shizzle. Yeah. Good look on that cash app, brother. The shizzle. Appreciate that, brother. Couldn't even see that shit. Eyes all fucked up in here. Yeah. So anybody who wants to step on up and feel like they can take on the general, feel free to do so. Feel free to do so. Because see, we're still waiting for the general to come through. I know he's coming because we did discuss this tonight. Brother B.M.T, what's good with it, man? Brother Nate said, I'm an old nigga, gotta root for the general. Yeah, well, brother B.M.T, the general wants to debate old school, new school. I told him, hey, it's about time for another old school, new school debate. And the general agreed. So he's gonna come through tonight and he's gonna defend his old school positions. Pretty much in a nutshell. He's gonna defend his old school positions. That's what's gonna happen. That's what's going. So what do you want to take on the general again? Didn't you, brother B.M.T, didn't you and the general throw down one time? Y'all did throw down one time, right? Y'all did throw down, you and the general. Y'all threw down one time, right? You can come on up, brother B.M.T, if you want to take on the general on. If you feel the need to challenge the general, by all means, come up. By all means, come up. If you wish to take on the general. Brother B.M.T. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. That's true. That's very true, brother B.M.T. You're the only one up here who did back-to-back debates, and I think you've done it twice before, where you did back-to-back debates. You are the only one that has done that. Absolutely, sir. You are correct. So you might as well come on up here, man, and see what's good. If you feel the need to challenge the general once again. Or anybody else, for that matter, that wants to come up here and challenge the general. One of you young fellas. Oh, shit. All right, I got you. I got you. I will do it, sir. I will do it. All right. Now I just got to figure out where the hell the general at. Because he did say he was coming. He did say he was coming. So we're going to give him a few minutes. Going to give him a few minutes to get right. And brother B.M.T said he going to come through. Oh, shit. Let's see where this goes. We're going to see where this goes, folks. Oh, shit. I got to get up a timekeeper. Timekeeper up in here, right? That might be a good idea. I might have to keep the time tonight. We'll see. I might have to keep the time tonight, folks. So prepare for a real shitty timekeeping experience. Prepare for a real shitty timekeeping experience, y'all. If I gotta do the shit, you know. Prepare for a real crappy timekeeping experience. Old niggas unite, yeah. Yeah, that's about it, brother Nate. Old niggas unite. It's crazy because, and I know I'm not the only one who hears this, you know. You always go, oh, you old ass nigga. Oh, old nigga. You old ass Negro. Oh, y'all old niggas don't know nothing. It's like the stupidest thing, man, because guess what? Motherfucker, if you live long enough, guess what you're going to be? If you live long enough, guess what you're going to be? The only thing that's going to keep you from becoming an old nigga is your ass die young. Other than that, you're going to be an old nigga too. Yeah, you're going to be an old nigga too. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I sent it, brother B.M.T. I sent it. So, I mean, come on, man. I mean, come on. I mean, you got to be realistic here. Brothers think they actually think they're insulting you when they say old nigga. What they don't understand is I have sons in their 30s, right? And that is my nickname. My nickname is old man. When they call me, I pick up the phone. Hey, what's up, old man? They've been calling me that shit for like the forever. All right. I have sons in my 30s. So my nickname is old man. All right. They don't even call me pops most of the time. Hey, old man, what you up to? It's my nickname. So calling me old man or calling me old nigga or whatever, you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. Have sons in their 30s. All right. I get called old man all the damn time. So you're wasting your breath. You really are. Oh, you old nigga. Oh, you old niggas. Y'all sound like fools when y'all say that, right? Whenever y'all say that, it just makes me laugh because I'm like, if this motherfucker live another 20 years, he gonna be an old nigga. And some of you like to call people old nigga, and you're not even that much younger than us. You're not that much younger than us. You motherfuckers that's like 40 years old and shit like that. Motherfucker, you ain't young. You middle-aged, motherfucker. Another 5-6 years, you'll be an old nigga too. So the calling people old niggas kind of stupid at this point amongst men. That's something I never did. I never call people old this, old that. Man, come on, man. Knock it off with that shit. Y'all take something that a motherfucker get called all the time and try to turn it into an insult. Because most of us brothers who have adult children, we're used to being called old man. I know I am. I've been being called old man for more than a decade. That's my sons call me that shit all the time. My daughters don't, they still call me daddy, even though they ass grown. But my sons, I'm old man. Hey, old man, you come to New York this week? Hey, old man, I'm headed your way. Get called old man all the time. So it's not really that big of a deal. So, got to come up with some more colorful insults, fellas. The insults need to be a little more colorful. Come up with some more colorful insults. That's all I can say. That is all I can say. What the hell? What B.M.T, did you change you got a different email, man? Or something? Is that what's going on here? I done sent it to the wrong shit. I'm gonna send it to this one that you just sent. Oh, my first gotta stop changing your damn email, man. Damn it. Keep the same email. Quit changing it. Quit changing emails. Oh, I'm from Long Island, brother Nate. Born and raised out there. Lived out there till I was about 17, and then I left, moved upstate to go to school. Came back for a little while, left again. But I've lived all over New York, man. I've lived in Brooklyn. I've lived in the Bronx, Queens. I've lived all over New York, man. Upstate, Hudson Valley, shit, all over New York, man. I've lived all over that freaking place. All over that freaking place. My kids and everything, they still live there. They still live in New York. But yeah, well, brother cut to the chase. I was born and raised in New York, but I was raised by a guy who was raised in Macon, Georgia, down there where I've been there, brother Kenny. I've been to the Amity Horror House. Yeah, I've been by there a few times, man. Oh yeah, absolutely been by there. That creepy motherfucker. That's a creepy place. But back to brother cut to the chase. My father's from Macon, Georgia. So I was their first child born in New York. My older brothers and sisters, they were born down here in the South. But me, I was my parents' first child born in New York. So my parents were like Geechee Southerners, and so were my older brothers and sisters. But I was born and raised in New York, so that's where I came up. But I was raised up really, really country. We had, even though we lived in New York, we lived in the suburbs of New York. Well, not even the suburbs, more like rural New York. So shit, it was just like living down south. Shit, man, we had chickens and goats and goddamn rabbits and ducks and all kinds of shit. Because my father's a Geechee from Macon, Georgia. So it's kind of how I grew up. And somehow I ended up back in the South. Go figure. Brother B.M.T, what's good with it, man? Brother
Hey, what's going on, SKOOL?
what's good with it, man? Yeah, I
Not
can hear
too
you.
much.
What's good?
Not too
I
much.
don't know where the hell the general at.
That's old.
Him
That's
and I,
how old people are, man.
him
Old
and
people.
him and I did speak, and he
All
said
right.
he was coming. So
All
I
right.
don't know what's going on.
So, so
Go ahead.
I guess I just came through. You know what I'm saying? I haven't done my captain diligence in a while. And
Okay.
I gotta just do at least one or two debates sometime whenever. So I guess I'll just try to knock them out quickly. But
Okay.
I guess we're looking at it with what is the first? You want to say old school versus new school?
Yeah, well, I was going to let it tonight. I was going to kind of let it be kind of
Free flow.
fluid, kind of let y'all pick the topic as opposed to it being a, particular topic written in stone. I was going to let let y'all
Okay.
decide on a topic and let y'all have at it. That's
Well,
kind of where I was at with it.
all right, that's fine. I guess we will. I mean, but when we're looking at it right now, we're looking at. I guess he wants to defend the old school, and
Yes.
I guess he wants to defend the old school, and I guess I would be defending the new school generation.
I
All right,
guess.
that would be fine. I'll take that. I ain't gonna study. I'm not gonna use anything. I'm just gonna go straight off the dome and freestyle everything straight from the top. I'm gonna freestyle
Okay.
everything straight from the top. So, uh,
Okay.
but
All right. Whenever
but
the general get up in here, whenever he
but
get up
while we
in here.
wait for him, I mean, I'm gonna just I think this is honestly what we're watching when it comes to a lot of the if you look at a lot of the premise of how these sectors are going, because now the sectors
Mhm.
are really sectionalized, and you got to where some people are going their own way and say, that model is not working, and other people are saying, nah, you have to follow by the Bible textual script, and they're like, nah, fuck that. Because if that shit was working, then where's your progress? You feel me? And so
Mhm.
we're looking at it right now, and I mean, I ain't got no, I don't hate no old dude. The one that I'll get old, but I think when we're looking at it from the old school versus the new school, especially from the forerunners of late, and see, this is the problem. You got people using the benchmark work of those who already put in the work. See, those who already
Mhm.
put in the work, majority of them are pretty much dead and gone, or they are like grandma, pop, auntie that would take in the kids when they're all fucked up doing their shit out there in the street. See, these are the old timers we're stuck with today that you see out
Mhm.
there, um, doing the nut and butters of the world. And what's going on is a lot of the politicians and a lot of the preachers and women and a lot of these goddamn women up there in their late 40s and shit and stuff that you can smell the stench of failure and men. These people are from that generation that the general came from. They are.
Mhm.
They're all. They are. You can. If y'all don't believe me, just ask them their age, and ask them the idealisms and ideologies that they carry. And as you start hearing it, you're going like, damn. So what the hell happened? Now, granted, some of them going to come off and say they joined the military, they done got a career and all that stuff. But at what price of fuckery did they participate in to cause devastation? See, because now we're dealing with their grandkids and their doggone sons and daughters. We're dealing with
Mhm.
their equations of what they set out onto us in social media, what they put out here in different marketing spaces and stuff. Like, but what Jay-Z's in his 50s, you know what I'm saying? And the guy put out an interesting quote. We love Jay-Z, but Jay-Z so dope and poisoned half the community for the come up. So do we still
Mhm.
praise the same man that poisoned and did dastardly harm? Do we still praise the same group that doggone signed the goddamn um checks for goddamn welfare and food stamps and shit and put most men in incarceration where they could not afford to pay that because they didn't have the money? I mean, at what point do we keep praising these motherfuckers? Like they all talk like they MLKs and Malcolm X's and shit, but we already know that when we look at these damn pictures and stuff of roller rank 88 and shit and the good times and all this stuff, they praise that worshiping strugglation death culture. So I'm just being honest, man. Yeah, you're gonna get these kids, but majority of these bastard kids are their grandchildren and their doggone babies. And we're just learning how to, okay, we just got to tolerate it and deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Um, it's
Yeah,
a very
because
depressing thing. Go ahead.
I think I think the general I think the general's a boomer.
Oh, yeah, he
Um,
is. He is.
I think he's a boomer because anybody born after 65 is Gen X. All right. Um, I'm born in 68, so I know I'm Gen X. I think the general's a boomer. I think he's born before 65.
Right.
I think he would be considered a boomer. I believe. I may stand corrected when he get here. I'll ask him, but
I
I
don't
think
I don't
he.
mind when they see one of the things about it that we see a lot is a lot of them like to try to sun the younger people.
Hmm.
But I'm like, how can you sun something that you failed? Like you failed your children, you failed your community. Now you're trying to rewrite history like how white people do and talk about the pyramids and the struggles. But I'm like, but you talking about all the good things and stuff you did, but when we actually start to look at a lot of stuff through the lens, thank God for
Hmm.
social media and we can actually fact check a lot of these things. Some things ain't what it seems. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
That's when you get a brother B.M.T who's like, yo, man, I don't fuck with these people. I don't fuck with these groups. Because I'm like, I'm not doggone paying the tab on something you fucked up. I'm just not doing that. I I don't owe y'all that type of shit, man. Like if you my woman, you my children, you my people, and we had this talk. X. I don't owe this stuff. Like we literally had a talk. We literally were listening to a woman that was saying she was a feminist and a pill popper, like I guess a black pill, but she's also talking about why y'all need to get married, but she ain't married. But I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
Like, I need to get married,
I'm
but she
like,
ain't
you
married.
see this backwards ideology of what's coming out of this? But of course, this is what breeds from these types of talking points of these of the boomer nation, dude. You know what I'm saying? Most of them are not politicians. And man,
Oh, they're saying in the chat that the general's not. They said the general's Gen Xer. Okay, I stand corrected.
no shit, that's the word. That's the
I
crack era.
stand corrected.
That's the crack era right there, man. That's
I stand corrected.
the crack. That's the crack era. That's pretty much fucking bizarro land.
Oh yeah, I know, man. The town that I grew up in, boy, that shit got taken over.
Gen X. What? Listen,
That shit got taken over by crack, boy.
listen, y'all messed up by telling me that he's a Gen Xer. Could have never told me that. That's my daddy.
Oh, yeah.
My dad.
I'm a Gen X. I saw what crack did to many towns, man, where I grew up.
Y'all definitely fucked up by telling me that. So I don't want to hear nothing about the old school when we talk to me about the crack era. Well, you know, the white man. Okay, I get it, the white man. Yep, I get it. But you didn't have to smoke that crack. You did. Ain't nobody forced you to smoke that pipe. At some time, when you watch your homeboy strung out and die on that curb, you could have put down that heroin. And the same way y'all had the Black Panther Party, the same way y'all were so-called fighting the police, y'all literally knew where the heroin dope man was at. Y'all knew where his ass was at. So it amazed me, if y'all had all that damn firearms, why did y'all run up on him? Why did y'all blow his muffin top off? Y'all knew that pastor was pimping out the women and the children. Why didn't y'all get his ass out of town? Because y'all were getting profit too. It was good times for y'all at that time. Y'all were walking around wearing high heels, getting Jerry Sweat curls, just let it soul glow and all that good shit. Listen, bro, come on now. I'm the child of a Gen Xer. I know. Oh, I know plenty of days if they were gonna come, either they're out busy working and doing crazy shit, having block parties. Oh, I seen a lot of block parties when I was a baby.
Yeah. I mean,
you know
like
what I'm
I
saying?
said, I grew up around that shit, man. I grew up in a town that crack bulldozed that fucking town, boy. It was like a big gigantic bulldozer made out of crack, and it fucking leveled that fucking town, man. That's why I left. That's why I left that place, man. There was nothing there, man. I had to get the fuck out of there, man.
Yep.
I had to get the
My
fuck
grandma
out of there.
took me. My grandma with breast cancer took me, my two oldest siblings, and headed back to South Carolina. She told my mom, she said, Zet, you and that man can stay up here, but I'm taking these babies and I'm getting them out of here. And she had breast cancer at the time. And she said, I'm just going to leave. And that was the old guard. You know, that was the old guard where the grandparents knew these Gen Xers, these old school were fucked up and said, you know, just give me the baby. Because you too busy wanting to do you and you say fuck the community. But I find it interesting, these same people are making DVDs, doing these goddamn battles of the fucking goddamn you ain't black enough shit. But then they trying to hold you to a standard. But I'm like, hold up, bro. The goddamn Black Reparation Legacy, y'all done burnt it out with block parties, B.E.T, the Breakfast Club, and all kind of crazy shit. Half of y'all now coming out being gay and shit. Well, we already knew that, but we saw a lot of y'all wearing them high heels and shit and women clothes and stuff. I mean, it's not like we surprised, man. I'm not. I don't get surprised about you. I done seen so much of my time living up in Boston, living in Connecticut, living all up and down through seeing all the Yankees, the Red Sox. Listen, bro, we done seen it all, X. So when I came back down here, I said, okay, this is traditional. I wasn't used to it. I wasn't used to eating at a family table. I was used to eating on the floor in the living room watching TV. I wasn't used to somebody taking me. taking me to church and actually talking to me and putting a tie on me. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't used to function. See, that's why you see it now. Notice the main people spitting game, talking about sexual desire, trying to sell all these damn hopes and dreams that they done burnt up in the goddamn crack pipe, or in the goddamn dope, or in the goddamn selling mama's house or daddy's goddamn pickup truck. These are these people. And
Yep.
so you mind you, I'm just saying, if I'm wrong, look at the content people and ask them, what generation do you hail from? If B.M.T is wrong, but see, this is why I don't give a fuck for y'all to ever include me. I told you, y'all I told y'all go fuck yourself. Y'all I was so happy when I got exiled. Because
Yeah, but you're not exiled though. What do you mean? You're
I
not
keep playing
exiled.
X, but they won't kick me out, man.
You're
I
not
be doing
exiled.
X, but
Hold on a second, man. Let me shout out brother Syr Tyce, man. And speaking of brother Syr Tyce, a programming note. Brother Syr Tyce will be up here tomorrow. Good folks. Throwing down. He will be talking about DXL, of course, Dark Exodus Live, the benefits of fasting. Now, I only expect about 3.5 of y'all to be in the chat tomorrow, because he's actually going to be talking about some shit that'll be beneficial to your black asses. So I only expect about 3 people in the chat tomorrow. But for you 3 people that's going to be here tomorrow, brother Syr Tyce will be here giving a presentation about fasting. I expect it to be very, very interesting. And he gonna be up here throwing down, man. He gonna have the floor tomorrow. So y'all 3 people that's coming tomorrow, make sure you have your ass here, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. Brother Syr Tyce will be throwing down in the house. All right. Now, I don't know where the hell the general is, y'all. Y'all know this shit be happening, right? Where motherfuckers don't show up. So I think I'm gonna have to
open the film.
Yeah. I guess
It's fine. Like I said, some people think that I'm doing the blame game. I really don't. But I'm more so like, hey man, I look at things and say, okay, shit happened, shit's fucked up, move on. Listen, I always say, yo, if y'all don't believe me, y'all know I show a lot of the stuff. Right now, I'm homeschooling. I'm teaching. I done sold y'all me in a goddamn whole goddamn khaki shirt, the goddamn little khaki shirt and pants and stuff. I had the kids up on the laptop. I was teaching class. I was going over a lot of stuff. Now, the thing about it is, if the white man was so bad, how hard it would have been to rent out a building, take a few kids, and go teach them your own goddamn self. How hard that would have been. Ain't like we ain't that. Same way I've seen a lot of brothers teach the young. I've seen a lot of women teach girls how to cook and clean and doggone do all kind of skills, do coding, with work the goddamn the telephone boards. You remember back then you used to have to call in and they have to connect you. See, I know about this connect, but my grandma used to be on a connecting board for Bell South. Yeah, that was back in the day, Bell South. Y'all, I don't know, some of y'all know about that shit. I knew about that. Hello, can you connect me to so and so? Oh yes, hold on, please. Oh, hey, grandma.
Isn't Bell South Verizon now? Because I know they used to be Bell South, Mom Bell, 9X.
Ooh, goddamn, boy, you calling out some old people.
Oh, the
96. Shit, I'm an old nigga. I'm an old nigga. I know all this old nigga shit.
IBM. A lot of them now are $1 billion worth companies that are that now work for the government now. And the thing about it was, a lot of the blacks that were learning those skills, you could have possibly, if you really were serious, you could have gave those skills to your kids and literally had put them in, and literally you would have already jump started your generational wealth. But I get it. You want the fast cash. Didn't work out well.
Well, we've been joined by my brother, Syr Tyce. Was good with it, brother.
Salute to you, brother T.P.O.T, and what you're doing, Zave. Good evening. Shout out to you, B.M.T. What's good, my brother?
What's good? What's good? What's good?
Yeah, I like what you were doing this morning. He was doing it live action. I got an alert for it. I just gave the brother a shout out. When you mentioned about the phone break, or not the phone breakup, you had mentioned about Bell. I want to say, for some reason, I know these years that they happened. Don't ask why, but that's like 86, 87, when they broke up all the phone companies and Bell split into MCI. As you mentioned, Ninex was for the New York region. And then Verizon was for like the DMV area. And there were a couple of, it was Ameritech where I'm from. And then the 1990s, but you're right about there was a lot of skills, a lot of actually Unix was developed at Bell Laboratories. Anyway, that's just on the IT side. But I just came here to just say what's up to you guys. I wanted to hear both of you because I love hearing these contrasts between the old generation and new generation. And just one programming note, say, in that fasting presentation I'm going to do tomorrow, I'm not just going to talk about the benefits, but I'm going to talk about how government policy has gotten us to where we are today. So I'm going to mix in the historical with how we can hack this system for our own health, because health is wealth. So just wanted to add that to you.
True.
Oh, absolutely. You're going to have the floor tomorrow, man. So, whatever you want to lay on the table, it's on you.
Now, Sheila E. brought up something that's very good, and I like how she did that.
Who?
She brought up about
Sheila E. Sheila
she
E. The singer? The singer?
No.
It's Sheila E. in the chat room. Get on up here, Sheila E. And
now,
singer.
I can talk with her. Now, she brought up about how the Panther Party, they push welfare, the welfare system. Now, that system did work, but there's a social system where literally you're holding your community accountable. Hear what I say? You're holding your community accountable, which is hard to do, where literally, hey, you guys, y'all women, y'all know you're not to be out here in the street. Get your ass to where you need to be. See, I know about these people, but I got a few of them that I can go talk to or call up on the phone right now. So you get your ass to where you need to be. Children weren't going to be hanging around. They had school or daycare, or they could be out there at play, but they were gainfully and busy. Or you had to pay attention to the skill. Actually, by the time you were 14 or 15, your ass is picking up a side job under somebody.
Absolutely.
They needed somebody to go to work. But see, you had a functionality. But see, what happened was some people like, nah, fuck this. Like, I'm not working into that system. However, that system was helping you. The problem was you had the people that said, you know what? I'm not gonna do this. Now, what's crazy about it is the same people in that social system betrayed and screwed over the same community that they made the system for. So you had people paying in to that system, right? But then they were taking the money that was supposed to go into the community and using it for self-gain and leaving out with it. Hey, I get it.
You mind if I add into this, BMT?
Go into that.
Yeah, so I didn't want to be too long up here, but I'll just give you a brief thing from my own context. You are exactly right. You actually said it earlier about basically people are looking more into the short term than the long term. Whereas I will tell you this, though, the previous generations did have a more long-term perspective. That was until the crack era or so. But to use your government, you didn't exactly use a government example, but I'm going to use one. And I'm probably going to get killed by my Detroit people in saying this, but the facts are the facts. After the 60s, there was an emergence of Black people getting elected in mayoral type positions and congressional positions. I'm sure you remember this, Zabe, also. You had your first Black mayors of LA, I want to say in 1974. And in the city where I'm from, you had a limit for all government.
I think we lost him. He must be
We lost
driving.
him.
Yeah, he probably driving or something.
Like I said, I mean, I think this is like I said. If y'all don't believe me, I'm gonna use this. Show y'all this. What is the biggest producer or the money maker in the black community? Who's the biggest money maker? It's a church. The
Of
church is
course.
it's a $1 billion conglomerate business. It's almost like a church in every goddamn corner. Come on now, I'm in the South, baby. Like you can't go 8 miles without a church.
Man, and this is what kills me about the church, right? You go to these cities, right? These cities where people getting shot in the head and babies like this. Notice I got this picture up because I'm not going to let this shit go about these babies getting killed. You got all these killings and all this shooting and all this bullshit going on, right? You got all this shit going on. All right, somebody down here. Lady Sheila, what's good with it?
Yes,
Hey
how you doing,
Sheila,
Prophet? How you
I'm
doing,
good. I'm
Sister?
good.
Hey,
I could talk to
I'm
this
not a
Gen X.
debater. I'm really a problem solver. But what I was
That's one
saying
thing.
Okay.
was with the WIC, it did benefit some of them because you got to realize you had mothers in the household working 2 jobs,
Right.
providing for their kids. Okay, majority of men wasn't in the household. So the Black Panther came up as member back then. We was protecting our own community. We were policing our own community. We was looking out for one another then.
Hold on a second.
So
What generation are you from, Lady
I'm a
Sheila?
Generation X.
He's a
Okay,
Gen
you're
X.
a Gen X. Okay, go ahead. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
And my mother was also a Black Panther. So
Right.
she trained us how to be warriors and stuff, and she taught us all this stuff. So at the time, what they was do, we realized that the government was not for us. When they bought the drugs and everything in our system, they designed that to destroy us. They did that. So every time they did things, we had a smart, educated Black men will always be ahead of them to a certain extent. And then when you come to social service was not for Blacks. It was really for the Caucasian women in the suburb so they won't lose their houses. But we always saying it was for Blacks. It wasn't for Blacks. It was for whites. And today, whites still benefit from that and food stamps.
No, you're right about
And
that one.
see, go ahead. And they
No,
were
no.
saying that numbers don't lie, but numbers do lie when you have people behind it changing numbers.
Mm.
Right. Now, like, and see, I've had WIC. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? I got children, so I've had WIC. So I know about the process. See, I agree a lot with the WIC system
Mm-hmm.
because you can't just get anything with WIC. You got to get the necessity stuff of fruit, vegetables, grains, milk, butter, stuff, and see, and it's all for making sure that the baby or the children are getting a healthy diet.
Yeah,
So
nutrition.
right, so
Mm.
I agree with that. Ain't no you.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know how much you can benefit off of WIC. You know, for those of us who are parents or
Well,
ever
I'm
been
a
on WIC.
case manager, so I know
Okay,
that
okay, so
yeah,
we can do some
a
real rapping
retired
here.
case manager. Go ahead.
Right. So we can do some real rapping here. No.
Mm-hmm.
So in that, I ain't got no problem with that. I understand that was a survival kick-in system for the blacks that were getting shut out of certain stuff. I don't
Mm-hmm.
got no
Well,
I got no against
well,
that.
didn't the Black Panther start that though? They started it,
They
right?
did. They did. They
Right,
started
right.
They
with, and then they
originated it.
started the after school program. Cause you gotta
Okay.
realize a lot of kids back then, they go to school to eat breakfast and lunch, and when they come home, they didn't have no dinners.
Right. You majority ate after schools. That's where you got your meals at. You majority got your meals after school. That's why I said most of the children, you didn't really see children. Like I said, I talked to a lot of people. Like,
Go
you know,
ahead.
when you get to talk to these people who actually in the shit that were doing their job, ain't nobody was just hanging around that time. It was more so like, yo, be where you need to be, and don't be hanging around. Don't get nobody. Now, where I started, where I had my issue, right?
Go ahead.
Because I can't go back in the past and change what's already happened.
Mm-hmm.
If my dad told me straight up. He said, it's crazy. I watched my friend die of heroin, but yet we still kept on buying that damn heroin.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, wait. If you watch your friend die of heroin, why y'all still keep on doing that damn heroin?
Mm-hmm.
And, and mind you had Gil Scott. We all know Gil Scott. Shout out to him, which he died of same thing that he was singing about. We knew about the poison, but we kept on pushing the poison. Now, I would ask, respectfully, why, when we knew that those things were dangerous, you know what I'm saying? Because if I knew that there was rat poison in the cereal, I wouldn't allow your child or my child to eat that. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yes.
it's just too big of a risk. And that's where I get frustrated. It's not that I don't have no bitterment or hate. I'm not one of those consecrators that
Go ahead. Keep it real.
Right. But I'm like, we knew, okay, I get it. You wanted to do like the white man and do like the mafia and get your come up quick money. But at what cost did you think that it was going to end out and be the same equation for you? That's what I would ask any other. If I could ask my dad, if I could ask any of them, and I did ask him. I said, at what point did you think you would come out okay when you doggone sold that doggone dope to Uncle Mark? Now he can't even sit functionally and watch TV. He be freaking out and screaming and hollering and shit. Like, I'm like, what did you think? Well, son, times were different back then. I said, how so? We still in the same ditch. Except I just had to get out.
But wasn't it, when you think about people, because I've had people in my family, all right, who was strung out on dope and shit like that. And, I would like to think that they started it as a vice of escapism, because there's a first time that you do drugs, right? It's not like, you're born a drug addict or whatever. Oh, shit, my brother Art in the house. What's good, brother Art? Come on up in here, man, if you want to.
We can have
Art.
Today.
Isn't it it's a form of escapism?
Yes,
it is.
Because if you think back in the day when everybody was doing crack and doing heroin and all kind of shit, even though their asses was broke and didn't have a pot to piss in and window to throw it out of, they could still manage to get up that few measly dollars, to smoke that crack or shoot that heroin or, whatever it is they were doing. And I think they were just trying to escape whatever conditions they were living under. Maybe they were trying to escape the, I don't know, the pressure of racism. I don't know why you start doing dope. I have no
Can I
idea.
say something, guys? And can we keep it real?
Go ahead.
And I don't want to bring up the past, but I had to, because that's our history. And our ancestors had went through a lot. I mean, they went through a lot, and we know that. And then the Generation X, the boomers, they was quiet. But one thing they wanted their kids to do was have as an education. And they taught us how to sit at the table and eat. Our fathers and our mothers taught us how to present ourselves. Our mothers taught us how to treat our men. Our mothers and fathers taught us, your teacher have your education. You there to get your education. There's no time to be playing, because you got to realize you're black. And you got to work harder than any other race. Nobody going to give you anything. The grandmother was there. Your aunts was there. Your uncle was there. My uncle was the first black that had a job at the Sears as an engineer. My uncle was the first black captain in the state of New York. So my family had history, yes, but you know how many battles they had to fight? because the color of their skin, even though they had good jobs, even though they had good education, when they go out their house, the car they drive, the areas where they live at, they're still being stereotyped. And we don't talk about that. We don't
Yeah,
talk
but
about that. We don't.
my man Nate's in the chat, right? My man's Nate in the chat, and he just made a very, very good point as always. He says, with all they went through, they were much more productive and successful than us today. Now they were going through all that shit,
Go
you know,
ahead.
feeling they were in the throes of racism and prejudice and discrimination.
Go
You know,
ahead.
there was drugs and all kinds of shit. Society was segregated. I mean, highly segregated, but somehow they had more intact families. They had more successful families. People stayed together and things of that nature. So why is it that now, you know, because we got all this quote unquote freedom and we can work any job we want, go to any school we want, become anything we want? Why does it seem now that black people are having so much difficulty getting ahead, having so much difficulty getting a piece of a pie, having so much difficulty, you know, kind of getting themselves in the groove? Why is that the case now when we have all this so-called, you know, freedom that we have
Because you
now?
know why? It's competition. Because back then we stuck together. Look at Black Wall Street, Rosewood. I mean, everything we built to destroy. We was like a niche. We was our community, and our money stayed in our community. Now, I'm just saying, for example, if I get in a corporate, I'm not going to try to get another black woman in there because it's competition. That's what we do. It's like this crab in the barrels. Instead of us want to see our brothers and sisters do better, it's more like competition. And it should not be. Because one thing I can say about the Latinos, once you get one in there, their whole family going to be in there.
Mhm.
And we as blacks had to do that. We had to stick together. No, we're not going to get along sometimes. But let's look beyond that. Because the end of the day is we had families we had to take care of. When I know a resource, I let my brothers and my sisters know. I ran for board education. I ran for city council. And any resource I get, I let people know.
Mm.
And I don't
Well,
hide it.
we often hear the term stick together. What does that mean exactly? When people say, "Oh, we got to stick together," what does that mean exactly by stick together? What does that mean?
Okay. Okay. Now, when it comes to urban renewal, we know what they did back in the 60s or whatever. Everybody went their own way. Every time we saying we're gonna come up with a plan, we're gonna brainstorm, we're gonna come up with a plan, we're gonna stick together. Either way, we never do it. We never stick together. Somebody always got to lead to be a leader. I mean, we got to have 4 or 5 leaders just sitting back and say, you know what? We had different ideas. We had different gifts. Let's put our money together. Let's buy a couple of acres and let's build our community. No, I don't want to stay there. It's separated. That's what I get out of it. It's just selfishness.
So,
It has
So
a lot to do with selfishness.
so,
go ahead,
so,
BMT.
so, in looking at that, and see, I don't refute what you're saying, but that's what I was pointing out. That when people say that, hey, these young people, they don't have no respect, they don't care. I'm like, well, I say thank you. I learned that best from the Gen Xers. I learned it best from them. When I saw it was every dog for himself, you know what? I said, shit, I learned it from y'all. I've had plenty
But
of times
how
at
do
the
you learn it from us? And my daughter is one of the first black African Americans engineering at the age of 18 and a truck driver in the
okay,
state of Indiana. So the Gen Xers, some of us is teaching our kids how to cook, how to clean, how to be successful in their career and buy a home by the time you're 19 or 20. So by the time you're 50, your home is paid for. And we teaching our kids, we taught our kids about generation wealth.
You know, that's it. Now, that's like me saying that, I do all this stuff for myself, and I'm doing quite well. I don't ever call myself a high value man, but I'm pretty sure that I do well, and you know. But the thing about it was that's off of the strength of myself. That's off the strength of myself. I watched the failures of those before me, took the notes, wrote them down, said, okay, this is what I'm going to do. There wasn't really those handouts for me. I just said, I just know what I got to do, play the game, and I'm going to have to just get it in the mud. But as I started to climb, I noticed, hey, one saying that, hey, we're doing good, but I'm like, that's you. And I've had blacks say, well, just B.M.T, that's you. That's not us. What about us? Are you putting us on? Did you make something? I said, oh, whoa, wait. Am I supposed to part the Red Sea for all of y'all and lead y'all to the promised land? Wait. I barely got out myself. That's supposed to be a group effort. See, I always hear the individual, which is fine, talk about, what I'm saying? Mind you, we had to divest, the black divest, when the blacks, they said, we're going to go places where we can actually, succeed. And some just said, I'm leaving the black community and I'm going to leave and go to Indiana. And we see how Gary, Indiana is for blacks, and Detroit, DC, Florida. A lot of black populated areas are not doing that well. They're not.
They're not.
So when we can't we can't really say we're flourishing, because the birth rate wouldn't be drastically so low. We wouldn't be asking what we have to ask, like, hey, like we right now we're fighting for education. How many conversations have we heard people talk about education lately? Now those are foreign concepts. Education in black is a
people upset. I've heard people right on YouTube say you don't need all of that. You don't need that you don't need any education.
Well, excuse me. You said people say that on YouTube.
Now hold on.
Of course.
Now hold on.
People say a lot of stupid shit on YouTube.
Right.
But what is it doing? Is anybody bringing a proposal to the board of education, to the Congress? That's what I'm doing. I'm sitting at the table with them.
But see, here's the thing about it. And see, this is where the rubber of you have the anomaly gene meets the whole body. And you'll probably get that one recessive gene that might show. And so you are just the minority in dysfunctionality. That's all you are here. So in talking about my daughter made it, congratulations. You got Moses out of Egypt. I'm happy for you. I applaud that. I wish to see, wouldn't it have been better if she could have flourished in the black community? But majority of blacks that do flourish have to leave out to go get the resources. That's not no thing that we want. But we also understand that there's not a lot of things here. We see blacks that are being successful, but when they leave and get successful, they don't come back. They don't come back.
It all depends on where you are geographically. I mean, you're not going to. Let's be honest. I know people don't like to hear it, but let's be honest. In them burnt down, raggedy ass hoods, there's no opportunity for the average black person. There's not. Unless you're selling drugs and shit like that, there's not a whole lot of opportunity in there. Now, people will tell you, oh, man, y'all should be building up the hood. Building it up to what? What the fuck are you going to build in there? A fucking laundromat? A bodega? What are you going to build in there? Housing? Well, I mean, what are you going to build in there? Some of those hoods are so fucking ran down. I go back to my old hometown sometimes. Man, the fucking place is so fucking ran down. What the fuck are you gonna build in there that's gonna last? If you were to build a store in the middle of that smoldering rock, it would sink in 6 months. I mean, you cannot build You cannot build a house on a shaky foundation. You
Right.
cannot. So it would make sense for me to pick up my business down here in the South that's doing good and move that shit to my hometown in New York that's a fucking smoldering rock of despair. Not only would I not be able to survive there, my business wouldn't be able to survive there. My company would do nothing there. I don't have the connections there. I don't have the outlets. I don't have the network. I mean, you just can't do it. Now people get mad. Yeah, brother DJ Cadillac. Now he says something very important. He said, but once they decide to gentrify it, it goes up in value. Yes, you know why? Because they come in and they bulldoze all the bullshit out. They bulldoze all that shit out and they put new, nice shit. They don't try to open something up in the middle of a smoldering rock. What they do is they bulldoze all of that shit out of there and build nicer, newer shit. They take those empty lots with the broken down cars and shit on them. They move all that shit out of there, make that shit a nice park. Those abandoned, burnt up buildings, they bulldoze all that shit out there. They put nice condos, nice apartments, plazas, shit like that. Now, if you coming in there with that kind of money to do that, I'm a true believer that we as black people should probably be gentrifying these areas. But to gentrify an area, you need gentrifying an area money. You need gentrifying an area capital. You can't go in there with your little $5,000 and $10,000 and think you're gonna change the fucking the block. No, you're not gonna do it. You need to come in there. You need to come in there with some real capital, with some real money, with a real plan, all that shit, with a real idea about infrastructure. You got to come in there with all of that shit because in some of those cities, because like I said, my hometown, man, you got to come in there with all kinds of shit to turn that place around.
In New York, you do.
You got to come in there with all kinds of shit. You can't come in there with 10, 20, 30, 50, $60,000. Man, you can't come in there with that. You ain't going to be able to do shit with that. Nothing.
So
nothing.
So
go ahead.
So here's
then I want to go to my brother Art. Go ahead.
And peace to Art. So here we got it where you hear where these two girls, actually these people in Georgia have bought up 90 acres of land. Now that's good. It's not a lot, but that's good. I know some people say, wait, I'm being dead ass. That's kind of normal in the South. Like families buy up more land than that at a time. But the thing about it is, it's like a lot of people we like to reference the past and their deeds, but then when it comes time to say, okay, then just go build. Go drop a few trailers there. Go drop a few trailers, put down a rock road, and then, probably the next year or after that.
Hold up.
I can't talk about foundational building. Can't talk about foundational building. My bad.
Breaking news. The general has arrived. General, man.
You want some education?
What's going on? What's going
Soccer
on?
drop down now.
What's good with you, brother? What's good with your brother T.P.O.T?
What's good, man? I forgot you on Central Time, ain't you?
Man, no, I'm in Texas. Yeah, I think it is Central Time, man. I'm here in Texas, man. My fault. Man, I got off work. They're doing these 3 12-hour days, man. They got us in a jam over here, and doing these 3 12-hour days. But I'm here. Nevertheless, God damn it, I'm here. I told y'all.
That's right. You here?
I told y'all I was coming, and I'm here. What's good? What we talking about? I see it's old school versus new school, huh?
Oh yeah.
I'm holding for you till you came.
I'm only here for a short time.
Actually, I had changed it because I didn't know if you were coming or not. Then I thought about it. I was like, damn, the general is on Central Time. So we get these things mixed up because we all from different parts of the country and all that kind of stuff. But you here now, so we might as well go ahead and get it on. The young fellas that I had enlisted, one of them declined and the other one never gave me an answer. But fortunately, my brother B.M.T said he would step in and take it on. So here we are. Brother Art, you gotta go? You have to leave?
Oh, I mean, I can't stay long. I was just going to say a little something and then go back and finish studying.
Oh
But
shit. Oh yeah, you back in school. School's back. You back
yeah,
professing and
I'm
shit.
teaching and taking class. So
I'm
Oh
teaching too,
shit.
Art. I'm teaching too.
Oh
I
shit.
heard that, fail.
All right, well, I guess
But
I gotta keep the damn clock then.
but what
God damn it.
but the
I'm
thing
dropping
is
off,
that
guys, and thank you for
All right.
having me up here.
All right,
Hey,
Phil,
Miss
we're gonna
She.
have to
Amazing.
Hey,
top it
oh,
off.
Amazing.
whoa, stop the show. Hey, Miss She. Look, the party just getting ready to get rocking right now. And I know,
Okay.
and I know my man. What's up, Art? Mr. Art
what's
Nucia.
going on, big
I know
general?
Art not about to break out on me. What's going on, man?
Yeah, I got
He got
things to do, man. I
Okay,
didn't plan to come
yeah.
up here.
Art's a professor. Shit, he got
Yeah, I
schoolwork
know.
and shit to
Yeah.
get ready for and all this kind of stuff,
But
you
I
know.
just wanted to put something, maybe this is something to really you guys discuss, because I mean I am a student of history as well,
Mm-hmm.
and the thing that I think we overlook a lot is the fact that we shielded a lot of our millennials and Gen Xers. I mean Gen Zs. We shielded them.
Mm,
We did not. We tried to keep them from experiencing that racism that we experienced. We
mm,
really took them. Matter of fact, we taught them how to be blind.
okay.
And this is what we're hearing a lot when we hear these explanations. We're trying to explain to them that, hey, this is not what it is, blah blah blah, but it's their reality. So therefore, we help create the fact that they're able to try to change their whole existence based on the lack of history.
Mm,
Well, yeah.
I've been listening to that a lot, and I'm like, damn, we really did that. Because I mean, if you can remember, our generation, Gen Xers, we were really frowned upon, or we were shamed not to just know anything. We were, the fact that you didn't have any kind of knowledge about Egypt, about whatever, people
Right.
start clowning you. So we had to make sure we knew something before we get in the crowd. And so later on, and I guess the younger Xers, they were mainly the ones that where it's like you get yours and I get mine. They're more on this individual type stuff. Gangster rap came, it was all that stuff going. So, now we're looking at years later to where how it is. A younger generation is usually the what do you call it? The extremity of the popularity of the
mm,
past. So when you're looking at that, it's like, okay, do you argue with that? Or do you wait till they fall on the face and come back to Jesus and we go ahead and teach them what they really need to know? But the part that I don't like about that is that some guys don't make it. Some of these guys learn. Matter of fact, when they learn, they're about to die. And people out there listen. I taught what Gen Xers. I taught all the millennials, and I'm teaching Gen Z, college and high school. I'm looking at all of that. And so until we can understand, and the last thing I'm gonna say is until we can understand the core of the situation, then you're gonna always be the hamster on the wheel in the little glass box, and that's the part where I just like I get tired of those things because we're not getting anywhere. We're just talking about you did this, you did that, you did this. And I'm like, okay, where are we going to go from here? What are we
yeah,
going to do? Because
yeah.
basically, because the thing that I'm really pointing out is that when I said that we shield them from racism, so they didn't really understand what racism really was, they had to pick an enemy. So to them, the enemy is their closest person, uncle,
Mhm.
auntie, grandpa. So we are their white man. I've been listening to how they talk. They talk to us like we're their white man.
Mm,
Wow.
Yeah, Art,
So
I
that's
can agree. I agree with that, Art. I do now. I agree with that. But there are some elements, some other elements out there that I'll cover here, shortly when we get into this thing, because I know you got to run. But I
okay.
agree with everything you just said. You're absolutely right, and I'll tell you why. I think in a few moments when I get my notes out here and get settled, I'll tell you why it failed like that. I'm gonna explain it in my opinion, just as you did in your humble opinion. I'm going to explain to you why we have some of the issues in our community that we have. I'm going to take you through a history course. It won't. Everything that I say is not going to be factual because we know that it's more relevant into the newer timeline that we're living on. But I'm going to give you some good insight as to why we have some of the problems in our community and this whole old school versus new school debate. I know B.M.T is sitting here chopping it. Is he on here? B.M.T up here?
Yeah, he's here.
Oh yeah,
B.M.T up here. He in here.
I've been waiting on his ass for this debate.
Oh shit!
That's what I said. I'm not into this stuff, man. That's y'all lane.
So okay, so what do y'all want to debate exactly? I mean, I marked it as open topic. So
It don't matter. It don't matter. T.P.O.T. It can go any direction. As long as it's old school, new school, we can do it. We can pop it. I don't want to get into no. We can talk about anything across the board, old school versus new school. It don't even matter. Relationships, love, politics, work.
Okay.
Why not this, that, dogs? What type of dogs? It don't matter.
He said dogs.
I don't give a shit.
Brother B.M.T. Brother B.M.T.
Yeah. What's up?
Did he step off? Oh,
No,
so
right.
do you got any particular topic that you want to discuss as far as old school versus new school? Because the general said he down for anything. So
really don't got nothing. I mean, I've already been talking with Sheila and you know, and you know.
So
I guess we leave it for the education.
No, M.E.T. Oh no,
okay.
no,
You want
no.
education?
I mean, no. Y'all can go. I'm just saying, it ain't gonna be no more education anymore. Ain't no point in teaching. I'm gonna just.
Okay. Well, it's plenty of education out here. You can get this education.
No, there ain't no education.
Well, let's get it. Let's get it then. Let's get it.
Right.
We're gonna see.
All right.
I like the open topic. I like the open topic discussion. Let's get it. We can go with open topics.
That all right?
Whatever comes
all right with you,
we can get it.
Brother B.M.T.
Yeah,
Brother.
We can just we'll hit it. We'll hit at the old school. Versus the new school mindset. I think we'll keep it on the par. We'll keep it on the par of this freestyle. Because I mean, however they want to take it with music, however they want to take it with the art, relationships, and everything, I'll chop all that in there. I'll hit at all of that tonight. Because honestly, that's all affecting the Black diaspora. When we look at a lot of these things, and these people in their lifestyle, we can honestly pick this out. Like I said, we've already went about. When we're talking about these people, a lot of these people are, you know, the children and dregs of dysfunction in some sense. And literally now you see it openly prevalent today. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand. You had it where the white man was openly telling you he did not bump with you. He didn't like you. Yet, you know, these same people are telling you that, hey, like, history. They'll tell you the history class, but I'm like, wait, if you knew that man was evil, riding around with a goddamn hood and X, Y, and Z, why would you still rock with him? I that's like doggone me rocking with somebody that literally has already stabbed me, but I'm gonna put a knife in their hand and still trust them. That to me is bonkers. So then you're hearing the conversations of men divesting, going about doing their own thing, living their own lifestyle, not wanting to deal with the women, and definitely don't want to be the cleanup men, because we done seen the Gen Xer nation do all this and then some, and fuck up the house. So we gotta start asking ourselves the question, because we done seen it in y'all song. I get they like to bring up, you know, about the goddamn, you know, the drugs and stuff that we talk about here, but the gangster rap came out of their era.
All right, well, hold it. Hold it. Y'all save all this good shit for the debate. Don't
Oh, that
start
was the
saying the good.
opening. So
Don't start saying the good shit. Don't start saying the good shit. And we're gonna keep say the good shit. I'm gonna go ahead and put the clock up. That's why he's doing this, man. He's doing a shitty job at this here. All right. Now.
But I'm about to head on out, fam. So appreciate
All
you
right,
letting
I
me up.
appreciate your brother Art, man. My brother. I appreciate you, man. You know I do, brother.
And represent your generations well. Pull out the greatness out.
I'm heading out
right.
too.
All right, peace. Appreciate y'all.
All right, y'all. Peace out.
All right. We all know how it goes up here. 7-minute opening rounds, where the brothers lay down their premise, opening statements. Then after that, we go to the rebuttal rounds. The rebuttal rounds is 5 minutes per debater for the brothers to rebut the other debater. Then we go to something called rapid fire. Rapid fire, there's no timekeeper, there's no clock. The brothers engage mono e mono. Then after that, we go into something called closing statements. And then after that, we take a poll. And if the brothers have time, they will take questions from the chat. And we know that those questions are to be super chatted or cash app. So who's going first?
I'll pass to the as the elder statesman. I'll pass to the young buck.
All right, brother B.M.T. 7 minutes on the clock, sir. You are up.
So, all right. So pretty much, hey guys, what's going on? This is B.M.T. coming at y'all. Business minded talk. I'm gonna actually be talking with y'all and debating old school versus new school in the aspect of community, politics, lifestyle, as well as family, against the old school mindset of the Gen Xers and how it's drastically has changed. Now, this is interesting because we've already have reports, we have paperwork, we have a whole studies on a lot of the stuff that is coming from these people. And it's interesting because, you know, we've seen them real time come in and actually try to blend in the set absorption of things that they've done. And granted, you know, they'll tell us the white man, but then we have some kind of bucking back about it, about how much did the white man really do you when you had some power. But I mean, if you truly were there, then how did the white man tell you to go do heroin? I mean, these are the same people that said the white man is bad when I was a kid. But then I'll be like, wait, so why y'all still, going to their job? Why are you still bumping with them? Why not go do your own self-deserved businesses? Why not actually do for self? We got to where these same people that sweep things under the carpet about black dysfunctionality and say give it to Jesus and the next breath. So we're gonna have a talk with the stuff that they got to create, the stuff that they done sold out towards different other groups for the come up or the divestation, and how they try to hold us, the new school, to a certain standard where they done dropped the standard, made all kind of love strugglation songs about drugs, sex, rape, culture, and everything, and try to literally push that on us. I mean, so I passed my time, but I want to hurry up and get to the rapid fire. Let's get it popping, man. We wasting time.
So you want us to just jump to rapid fire?
Yeah, I don't got time to wait. I don't got time to wait.
I gotta give the general opportunity, man, to
all
do
right,
his open statement.
Give the boomer some time to give a speech.
I gotta give the general his.
First of all, BMT. Let's
hold
get
up. Let
right
me fix the clock. Let me fix the clock. Hold on, General. Hold on, General. All right, General, go ahead. You up?
All right. So first of all, let's get a few things correct. I'm not a boomer. I am actually a Generation Xer. All right. Let's square that away right now. Okay. Here's the problem. These young guys come out here and the younger generation want to come out here and they want to blame the generation before. So let me take you down a history lesson real quick. Okay. In 1865, when they swung the gates open and they told us that we were free, all right, what did we have? We had absolutely zero and shit. We started from less than zero. I've said this before plenty of times. Okay. So you turn a whole group of people out, millions of people out, and said, oh, now you can go out there and create for yourself. We didn't have shit to create from. All right. Everything that this country goddamn has in the modern era came from blacks. See, so what they like to do is they like to distort history. All right. They want to take it and they want to say, well, they didn't leave us nothing. Well, we didn't have shit to leave you in the first place because we were trying to struggle and find our way. Our ancestors in this country were trying to struggle and find their way to create. So what little bit that we did create when we started out from less than zero put a big dent in leaving anybody anything. Let's start from that premise right there alone, okay? The next thing that I want to talk about is he talk about drugs, sex, rock and roll. That's always been a prevalent problem in all communities, all right? So let's not just try to pin it on one particular generation. That's what happens when you have evolution of society, all right? The next thing is when you talk about the whole blame game, all right? Yes, it's true. Each generation, because the generation before me, the boomer generation, they blamed us for the bullshit that was going on, just as they blamed the silent generation, all right? As we move forward now into the newer generations, down to Generation X and Y and Z and all this other bullshit, which is why we have this division set in our community as far as black people are concerned, we have to understand a little bit about history, all right? That's where I'll start from. So his whole thing was, let's jump right into it. And this is the problem that we have when you do away with history. When you take all of the things that have been set, all of the fences and roadblocks that have been set up for black people in this country for hundreds of years, now we're here and we get some sense of, I guess you could say, freedom or liberty, right? Is why y'all not creating? Why y'all not creating? Well, hell, we're still trying to catch up to everybody else in this country. So for him to sit here and make this premise of we're trying to blame the next generation, every generation has went to the blame thing. My parents' generation, they blamed us. Oh, y'all out here with your pants down low, you listen to that loud music, the boom, to this, that, and the third. You better get an education, so forth, so on. We get it. We got the same thing y'all are getting. So it's no different. Every generation plays the blame game. All right. Education. I was told, hey, you got to be twice as good as the white man. So what happens? We look at that and we say, okay, I tell my kids, well, you don't have to be twice. You got to be 10 times better. Just as I know the next generation is telling their kids, you got to be 30 times better. This is what happens when you talk about things that happen in society as far as generations are concerned, okay? The game is set up so that we can pass on the knowledge that we have. We got to pass that down. Nobody is telling you how to live your life or what to do or what not to do. We're simply telling you these are the things that we face, and they're still prevalent today. Malcolm X was saying it back in his day. You can go all the way back to the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. You can go all the way back to his generation. You can go further than that. You can go all the way back, and you can talk about Carver. You can go all the way back, and you can talk about I can't think of the brother's name. It skipped my mind for just a moment. The two brothers that were at odds with each other, the 10%ers, the top 10%. You can go all the way back to them. You can go all the way back to the damn 1800s, where we had this generational, this divide that was set within our society. Give me a second. Sorry, man, I got a little bit of a sniffles. No COVID here. Hold on. Be right back with. So to sit here and make a false equivalent as to who's to blame, see, this is what happens. We got to get away from that. We got to stop pointing fingers and say, well, Generation X, they didn't leave us nothing. We weren't supposed to leave you nothing. We were supposed to set things up to where you were able to take the ball and run with it. Everybody dropped the ball to some degree. The boomers dropped the ball from the silent generation. Generation X dropped the ball from the boomer generation. And in some regards, yes, Generation X, we dropped the ball on some of the things, right? The point of the matter is, if you sit here and continuously play the blame game instead of taking the knowledge and running with it, guess what's going to happen? Your generation, brother B.M.T, you're dropping the ball right now from Generation Z. The millennial generation is dropping the ball from Generation Z. So we're all made mistakes in this game of life that we're playing out here, right? So the problem is not to point fingers. The problem is to educate and to bring to set things right and to get people back in course. In other words, bridge the gap. Now, how do we bridge the gap? Can we bridge the gap if you're going to sit there and say, well, Generation X, you guys dropped the ball on this, and this? Listen, we can do two things in this country. Here are the two things that we could do, because you're not going to create a nation within a nation. So as the black demographics of people that are living in this country, we have an option. Here's the option. We can stay on the goddamn service road or in the slow. That's, the service road is the slow road, right? Or you can get your ass out here and get in the mainstream, because life isn't going to stop. Business isn't going to stop. Politics isn't going to stop. None of that's going to stop. What do we have to do? Because, again, as I said, we're not going to create a nation within a nation. So we got to get over into the mainstream of traffic on the expressway if we want to move forward and not get left behind. We got to get out here and compete. How do we get out here and compete? We have to unify ourselves as a group of people in this country in order to compete. Now, if that means doing business with the white man because their money is green, we've gotten to a point in this country where money is the answer at this particular point in time. Money, business, international business. That's where we got to be. If we want to try to separate ourselves over into small pockets and small corners, we're going to get left behind. Why? Because we don't own or control little, if anything.
All right, it's going to be time. So now we're going to jump into the rebuttal round. Let me get 5 minutes on the clock here. So I ain't got my usual timekeeper. So I suck at this. All right, brother BMT, you up, man? Rebuttal round. 5 minutes on the clock.
So first off, saying "okay, boomer," it's literally a term. Does it? I mean, it's literally a term, but I get you didn't know that. But for the phrase about that, when we actually look at this of the way of talking about the I blame him. No, I just gave you the appropriate title of the stuff that that came along with that era, and we're not going to overlook that. We're not going to play like it wasn't true. You can't have it where y'all were singing songs about the disparities, about jobs and heroin, goddamn being black and proud and all that other said stuff. But then you're also talking on the next said sense, like, hey, that we are treating y'all less than. I mean, honestly, let's be honest, man. Like, if you knew that it was bad the way it was, and I mean, why would you sign the contract? Which, a lot of people did. And I get it. You wanted to save yourselves, and that's what a lot of people are doing now. But saying that I blame you, you can stop with that. I didn't care to blame you, but honestly, I just learned that, hey, as black people, just stop fucking with you. That's honestly, I don't care for doggone trying to work together. That shit's a damn day of the past nowadays. Like, I don't know why we keep talking like that, because we understand that we're the last group that likes to work together. Saying other groups don't do that, actually other groups do actually have their own little conglomerate communities. The Amish do, the Mormons, the Asians have their own towns. Different groups actually have their own subcultures of living together inside of the United States, where literally they have to go find or meet up with certain liaisons on how to deal with these people. So, making the comment saying that, hey, like, what about doggone hell? You got it where the Asian community want to boycott Mulan, all because of what one person says, because they hold people to a standard. But see, when you start talking about holding blacks to a standard, that's a foreign concept. So long as you just don't buck against the system. And see, that's an issue that we got going on now, because let's be real, that when we start looking at the concept of telling me about the history lesson, okay, if you came from that era and you knew that it was fucked up, why would you still participate in the dysfunction? Let's just be honest about that. Leaving the home. The woman that preaches and praises the gospel of death and feminism and doggone matriarchal bullshit, that's your bitch. I mean, not saying that's your probably your woman, but she is from your era. She is from your era. And rather than calling her shit out or literally giving her a goddamn microphone, you should have goddamn blexed her ass out of the fucking goddamn community. You should have exiled her. Y'all embraced her. I don't know why y'all thought that y'all could do the same thing as the white man, but y'all get different results than him when you don't have the same power as him. That right there makes no sense to me. So, in saying that, you kind of were stabbing at your own foot when you were saying that, hey, like be 10 times better. Then why would you try to equate yourself to somebody that does not see you as anywhere close to an equal? We also got to take into this account, especially for a lot of young people, the childbirth issue. It's no secret that back then having a child out of wedlock was shamed upon. Shit. In the 80s, you could start bringing your kids to school. You can start rearing them up, having daycares and shit. No. But they used to push that woman out of school. That man was forced to have a shotgun wedding. But see, them stuff started dying down. It started being about the dope, the come up, and all kind of ridiculous foolishness. And you see, when we start to actually penetrate and bring up these stuff that are being brought up in politics, when they're talking about birth control, talking about education and all this stuff, these are self-governing issues that the black community could do for itself. Granted, you're seeing this new generation, these Z-millennials or whatever, they're now saying that, like either I just need to leave and not be inclusive of black, or I can try to work it out with y'all, even though I know y'all motherfuckers will never respect my ideals or opinions unless I give y'all something back. So we got to stop this we nonsense, because there is no we unless you're giving it out to somebody for free. And we already know people want free handouts in this goddamn community with no return. All right.
All right. Let me go ahead and get 5 minutes on the clock here. General, you up?
Well, again, man, I gave you a short history lesson, and I guess you need more of it to understand why we are where we are in this particular climate that we live in this society. Okay, you mentioned the Amish. Are black people going to live like the Amish live? Fuck no, we're not. We already did that. We did that in the motherfucking late 1800s through the 1900s, all the way up until motherfucking 1960. We've already done that. We ain't living like the Amish. The Amish people, you don't hear about them, you don't see about them. They still living in the old way. They don't have electric. Most of them don't have fucking cars. Most of them still driving horse and fucking buggies. So I don't think black people in this country, the way that the things that we've done and struggled and fight for to get to certain positions, we ain't going back to that style of fucking living. So fuck the Amish. They're out of here. All right. You talk about the Chinese. The Chinese were given things that blacks have yet to receive in the form of reparations. All right. This is why they have their own small little communities. Plus, the Chinese have a country that's backing them, so we can't compare us to them either. All right. Africa is not backing us the way that the Chinese people, the Chinese countries back the Chinese. All right. Let's just stop that nonsense right there altogether. Okay. Let's move right along. You talk about working together. Well, if we don't work together, B.M.T, and we stand on this individualistic lifestyle that we've embraced so hard, then we don't need to have much to complain about, do we? We need to go ahead on and just concede. As you said, we don't need to work together with them. We don't need to worry about working together with them. We need to create our own modern day Tulsa. That's what we need to do, in your opinion. We need to create our own modern day Tulsa, and we know how that worked out for us, as it worked out for many other all black communities and societies in this country, right? As soon as they see that we're moving ahead and we're striving ahead and we're making it on our own and we're making it without them, guess what they do? They move in and they destroy it. Let's just stop the nonsense. History doesn't lie. So you can't change history. Malcolm X said, by any means necessary. By any means necessary. What does that mean to you when you say by any means necessary? That means that you do for yourself under any conditions, under any circumstances, You have to make it happen. And that's what black folks have been doing since the 1900s. They've been making it happen for themselves. Now, did we make some mistakes? Of course we did. Did we leave some things out? Did we miss some stuff? Of course we did. Did we ask for the right shit during the civil rights movement? No, in my opinion, we didn't. But, however, come a pause, that was necessary when you talk about the boomer generation. They did what they needed to do in order for us to be able to sit here and reap some of the benefits that came out of that. Why is it that we're still asking, every 4 fucking years, the debate comes around voter registration? Every 4 years. Well, they ratified that back when they gave us the goddamn right to vote in the first fucking place. Did they not? But yet here it is in the modern era in 2020, we're still talking about voter registration. We're still trying to say, do they have the right to vote or not? They're still trying to put restraints on how we interact as far as when it comes to politics. All right. We know that the school systems in this country are vaguely offset from one another. In other words, you go to certain communities, their high schools and schools look like college campuses. You go over into the black community, we've always gotten a hand-me-down. That's a national problem. And I agree with you. I will concede to that fact that we do need to put more pressure on our politicians to equalize and levelize the things that are happening. Let's move to the modern era. All right. We just got finished going, but we ain't finished yet because they're still riding, they're still fighting. We're still riding and fighting for fucking equal protection under the law. That is something that we've yet to fucking change. Equal protection under the law. And I agree again with you that we need to put more pressure on the politicians. We got to get in the mainframe of fixing this thing, because if we don't, we're going to fall further and further and further behind. That's what's happening in today's society. That's what's going on right now. This is why Buffalo is having a riot right now. This is why Minnesota had a riot. They were rioting with the George Floyd situation. Atlanta's having a riot. Oregon, they're fucking rioting in Oregon right now. Washington, they're rioting in Washington right now. Why is that? It's because we're still fighting the same goddamn fight, and it hasn't changed for hundreds of years in this country. So when you sit there and try to place the blame on a person, and Art said something that was very important. Art said, well, our generation is the white man to the next generation. This is how it's viewed. You look at us as being the enemy, and we're not the enemy. You may not agree with is it time?
Yep, that's time. But this is what we're going to do. Because it's late, we're going to go right ahead, jump right into rapid fire. We're going to get the clock off of here. And we left off with the general. So we pick up with Brother B.M.T. Go ahead, pull the trigger, Brother B.M.T. Rapid fire. You got the floor. Go ahead.
So, when we have this discussion right here, man, like, especially looking at the stuff, first up, looking at it when it comes to the laws, man, these things right here, and I can't, like, if you want to fix it, you're gonna have to do it yourself. And I'm sure you heard that plenty of times. The ideologies, I get it. You don't want to go back to living in cabins and all that shit. But here we have it. We had two black individuals, realtors. I get it that they're black women that literally bought 90 acres of land. Now, to some people, that's not a lot. And I mean, if anybody lives in the South, 90 acres, that's not a lot, but to them, it was something. But the fact that those people are actually putting money to go buy stuff where they can say, hey, we're going to just go off and do our own shit. I'm curious, as much as we're hearing people say that, hey, we do this or we build that, you would think that, hey, why not we start going off and just, hey, we might need to start pony up with that. How would y'all still put in on a church that literally has been bought out and sold out to other groups and other affiliations that has spoken against the old school generation? I mean, and why would y'all still work with them when y'all could literally just say, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna go off and do me. It may not be as extravagant as the white man, but
let me ask you a question. We're in rapid fire, so let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Who do you pay your light bill to?
Who do I pay my light bill to? SC&G.
All right. Who owns that company?
An Arab. Next. Yeah, you didn't see that one.
That Arab company, SCNG, they also fall up under a white conglomerate.
Oh, whoa.
Okay, all right. Who do you pay your water bill to? Who do you pay your mortgage? Who do you pay your mortgage to?
Santee.
It's some white head, some white bank. It might be a small. See, this is the problem that I have, man.
What's the problem?
When you talk about starting your own communities, that's fine. At the end of the day, you're still on foreign soil. At the end of the day, and
okay,
the reason why you
foreign soil. How is this foreign soil if you were born here? It can't be. It's only foreign if you weren't born here and you were brought here. That
okay,
kind of talk is already done.
You gotta understand what I mean when I say foreign soil. Right now, we make up what's the percentage of blacks in this country? We make up less than 13% of this country's population. So we're nowhere near the majority in this country, right? So
right.
everything that we basically do, it rolls back to some white bank somewhere. Even if it's
how does it roll back? Wait, how does it roll back to a white man? How does it roll back to a white man? Like my money.
I didn't say a white man. I said that, okay, go ahead, brother.
No, I'm just saying, but you're saying I get you want to say the overall answer is white man, white man, white man. But see,
my overall answer is not white man, white man, white man. I'm simply telling you the truth. I'm simply telling you.
Hold on. When you buy yourself a car, do you say this car is going to go to the white man or this car is going to me?
No, but I understand how the car got here in the first place.
Well, hold on. But you don't say that.
No, you don't say it, and that's the problem. We have to speak to this shit from a real. If you want to talk to it from a real point of view, damn near everything that we get in this country, the houses that are built are controlled, owned, and manufactured by the dominant population. We still own less than 0.5% of the wealth in this country, B.M.T.
Okay.
Yet today, in 1865, blacks in this country own less than 0.5% of all the wealth in this country. Here it is, 2020. We still own less than 0.5% of all the wealth in this country, brother.
Now, I want to ask you.
So to sit here and say that we should start all, so to sit here and say, well, we should start our own communities. Okay, well, starting your own communities from scratch, yeah, it can be done and it has been done, but you still got to have a military to defend it. If you broke it down and you gave us,
so let me hit you back with that. There's you literally can go hire your own private security, and it's like hell. I literally can be with me and 3 other dudes, move our families into a on acres of land and be a 3-man little squadron and do patrol on our own property. We can't say that people aren't doing that, but we're watching other groups literally after COVID get real froggy and start coming out of nowhere and get no pushback from the cops of having guns, walking around all types of way emboldened, and nobody is saying anything. Right. So I mean, in saying that we can't do that right now,
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example why we can't. I'll give you an example why we can't do it. The white boy that just shot and killed those 2 people down, I forget where it was, that had the assault rifle, walk right past the police. It wasn't until a day later that he was arrested. Had that been a young black African-American 17-year-old that had done that, he'd have been murdered in the streets. He'd have been shot down like a dog right there in the street.
And I'm gonna give you another example. The NFAC militia walked all through Louisville, Kentucky, in front of white people, in front of the state building, right there in front of the police squadron, pointed guns and flagged around all at the other militia. So how do you explain them doing it? They were doing it too. So how do you explain them? Because I mean, shit, they were doing it.
Did they shoot and kill anyone?
Did they shoot or kill? No. You said they could not walk around with firearms.
No, what I said was, are you familiar with what happened with that little white boy when he shot and killed them two people that were out there protesting? Are you familiar with that story?
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, yep, so if any member of the NFAC had done what that boy had done, it would have been a small civil war right there.
Okay, so
you're going. A lot of us want to talk with this fire spit and vinegar and not really look at things the way that they are. right?
What are the things that you're saying things are the way they are?
We've had. Let's go back and let's look at it. I've watched video after video where white folks have had guns and they've chased the police and they fucking done all this dumb shit and they were taken into custody. Well, Philando Castile simply told the motherfuckers, "Hey,
Oh, I
look,
knew you were gonna try that one.
I do have a gun here," and he wasn't being violent. The man got shot right there in front of his wife, in front of his girlfriend and kids. But I've seen white folks jump out of their cars. I've seen white folks jump out of their cars.
So let me hit you with that. And I done watch older blacks be docile, get gunned down, and then come back to white folks and say, "Praise Jesus, you know what? We forgive you." And I'd be like, well, damn, I'd rather die with a pistol in my hand and at least bust back than doggone be docile and say, well, hopefully they'll find it in the blood of their love, soul, and savior to actually want to fuck with me. Nah, B, I'm going to go out how I like a man on 10 toes down. Now, what you do is you. What you do is you. But I'm going to click clack. Like, listen, I pay my taxes just like the next man. How you die as a man is how you choose to go out. But I'm saying y'all keep listening to them, praying to their God and hoping they do right by you, and we see what that's been getting you. I'm going out in my own goddamn faith on how I know. Still, they know peace be still. This is a nation that's built on violence and rioting and doggone either you a taker or you a bin butt breaker. And
so
sorry,
are you ready? So are you ready for a civil war? BMT, are you?
I ain't talking about no civil war, but I'm saying,
are you ready? Are you ready for a civil war between blacks and whites in this country?
They done showed people in this country, not just white people, done showed you they don't have to fuck with you. I don't know why y'all still trying to figure out, are you ready? Bruh, I've been fighting economically. I've been fighting competition. I've been doing.
But see, here it is, BMT. You're saying I.
Ready.
Here it is, BMT. You're saying I. When I said that, I meant black people. Do you think black people are ready to become?
But see,
do you? No, but I'm not gonna let you. Come on now.
Go ahead.
Let's have an honest discussion. Do you think the overwhelming? Do you think the overwhelming majority of black people, both young, old, Generation X, Generation baby boomers, do you think Generation Z? Do you think that they're really ready for a civil war?
I can't speak for everybody. I'm not a monolith.
Well, then you need to stop with this fucking nonsense because everybody. Hold on. We're not a monolith.
How are you speaking for them? Wait. How are you speaking for them?
Let me explain something to you. We're not a monolith. The problem is.
Hold on, no.
We're not a collective.
Those young people are at least out there burning and fucking up shit. I don't approve of it, but they out there doing something.
Then how can you give it credence? You're trying to give it credence. You're trying to give it credence by saying, "Well, those young people are out there. They're out there doing it. They're out there burning and fucking."
Have you been? I got a question. Let me ask you a question.
Agree with it.
But let me ask you a question. Have you been to any protests or any march or any chapters? Have you been to any of them?
One in Austin.
Okay. So you haven't been there, but I have. So how are you speaking on something that you ain't even?
You can't say I haven't been there because they've had one. They've had one in Killeen. They've had one in Austin. I went out there as a civilian just to see what was actually going on. Yes. So you can't say, well, you haven't been out there. You haven't been out there.
But hold on. But you were just asking a monolithic question about, do you know if we're ready for a civil war? What kind? Okay, so that's like saying, if that's the case, white people wouldn't be doing doomsday prepper channels now, worrying about what's going to happen to the nation. Like,
and I suggest that we as black people do the same thing. I'm not to that. I am not to that levy of doomsday preparation, but what I am doing is getting my resources together. What I am doing is getting my ammunition together. What I am doing is getting my non-perishable foods together and water. So, what I am doing is I am preparing on the small scale.
Hold on now. I got to ask you a question. So why are you working now? How is it possible that different groups are forming up and actually putting together certain assets of things that they're going to do to move forward, but they already know the economy's shaky and different stuff, and you had a buck against me in saying that?
What's the number of Gen Z you think right now are stocking up on non-perishable items, ammunition, and weaponry?
Nobody knows that number. Nobody knows that number.
I can give you a pretty good guesstimation.
You know, guessing and knowing
I
are two
can give
different
you
things.
well,
Guessing and knowing are two different
it's
things,
just
sir.
like a
Guessing,
hypothesis. All right,
is.
so
You said
right,
you're
but
guessing.
again, you want to get hung up on words. I can
Yeah,
tell
no,
you.
you're right. It is. It is.
I
You're
can tell.
guessing.
Okay,
Guessing is
all
a
right,
word.
all right.
Guess. Do you know what guessing is? That means you don't know.
I can tell you what I see. I can tell you what I see, and if you
How do
ask
you
them,
see?
they'll
You
tell you.
don't know. You don't know
I
everybody.
can tell you what I see from my observation, from my
Oh,
position,
so
from
you're
my
guessing.
foxhole. I
You're
can tell
guessing.
you what I see. I can tell you
I'll
what
tell
I
you what.
see.
How many guns do I have in my house right now?
Don't know.
Okay, then see what you're doing now? You don't know what I got. So tell me how many guns are around you in the vicinity where you live right now?
I'm in Texas. There are plenty of guns around me
No,
in
no,
this
no. Give me
vicinity
a
where I
number.
live at
Give me
right
a
now.
number.
Plenty.
Give me a number.
Plenty.
I didn't know plenty was a number.
Plenty.
What number does plenty come between?
See, this is the childish fucking type of bullshit
Nah,
I'm
I
talking
called your
about.
ass out.
You
Boomer.
can't call me out. You want to sit here, you want to say on one hand, goddammit, that they out there, they're doing it.
You just said you know. You asked me how many weapons are out there, but then you can't tell me a number.
This is the bullshit. This is the bullshit I'm talking about.
No, I just
On one
called you
hand,
out.
I'm calling you out. On one hand,
How
you
you
want to
gonna
sit here
call me out?
on one hand, you want to sit here and say, well, they're out there riding and burning shit down.
I'm
But
not
I don't
for
agree
that
with
shit.
it. Which
I'm
one?
not for it. Okay, I got a
way
question.
do you want it?
Are you
Which way
part of
do you
any
want
militia?
it? Which
Are
way
you
do
part
you
of
want it?
any? Are you part of any
No,
militia?
I'm not. Are you a part of a militia?
Yes,
I'm not.
yes, and I've already talked about
Well,
it.
I'm
Now,
not.
next. Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm a part.
I've been talking about that
I'm a
stuff
part of my.
long
I'm a
time
part of
ago,
my
buddy.
family. I'm a part of my family's militia.
Oh, okay. Well, how many guns y'all got?
We got enough.
Oh, I didn't know enough was a number.
Enough is a number to me. We got enough.
Okay. So
see, you don't show your hand. See, B.M.T, what you want to do is what you want to do is you want to throw.
You asked on a live channel.
Okay, I don't get down with this rap. I don't get down with this.
Niceness
I don't get down with this argumentative. I don't get down with this argumentative shit simply because nobody can be heard.
Come to the league. You should have known. You came to the league. You came to the league and you're debating the captain.
I'll listen.
I'm here for blood.
I listen to you. Go ahead. Nice. Go ahead. I listen to you. Because this is the way you. This is the nigga shit that this is how you want to win. You don't want to have a discussion. You don't want to have a discussion. No.
Welcome to the league. I'm not giving you no grace and mercy. Life gave y'all grace and mercy.
I don't want grace and mercy. I don't want grace and mercy. I don't want that.
So
what I want to have is a non-niggified conversation.
In other words, y'all how the white man treats y'all every other fucking day. Guess what?
Okay.
Either you got it or not. Oh, wait. You just said that, hey, we got to cooperate with. That's how the white man talk to you when you're talking in front of a police officer.
we have to cooperate with one another. This is non-cooperation right here. This is why we can't get anywhere because we're too busy. Okay, B.M.T, go ahead, brother.
You're right.
See, this is how you want to win an argument. I'm not here to win an argument. I'm here for the exchange of information. Now, if you don't want to have
ain't nothing exchange. You don't even know. I don't know how much guns you got.
Okay,
I don't even know what you got.
So I'm gonna hate to say this, but I'm gonna say it. Fantastic has said it both. When these white folks get tired of these niggas in these streets,
damn,
and they actually go ahead on. When they get tired of these niggas in the streets with this bullshit and they put the smack down, I don't want to hear nothing from none of you motherfuckers. I don't want to hear nothing because you're going about it in the wrong way. You talk about old school versus new school. Yes, you're going about it in the wrong way. We don't have the numbers. We don't have the numbers. When they get tired, it's coming. It's coming.
I know for you.
It's coming. It's coming.
For you.
It's coming.
For you.
It's coming. For you too. For you too, because you a nigga. Ain't you black? Ain't you black?
No.
Ain't you black? You ain't out there in the street. You not out there in the street.
I'm a different breed of black from you.
You not out there in the streets rioting, protesting, burning shit down.
I'm a different breed of black.
You don't agree with it. Do you see what's happening?
I don't whole step around.
Do you see what's happening right now? What's happening right now is you're setting up the next generation for fucking failure. You don't even see it.
Right. Oh, you know what's crazy? I literally was teaching class today.
You're setting the next generation up for failure. How many motherfuckers in your organization are rioting and looting right now?
You know what's crazy? You know
how many? Answer the question, B.M.T.
I'm gonna answer for you. I'm gonna answer.
You on fire. How many are out there riding
I'm gonna answer for you. I'm gonna answer for you. You know what we were doing today? I literally cleaned up a video.
No. I'm
You
not
know, it's
talking about
funny.
you. I asked
I
you a
pulled up
question.
a
When you answer
video
the question,
of
when you
my
answer the
organization
question, goddamn it, we
teaching
can have the
homeschool
discussion.
classes.
When
Isn't
you
that
answer
crazy?
the question, we can have the discussion.
No,
You
no,
just
you see, you
try
didn't
to
like
get
that, did you?
no
You didn't
bullshit.
like that. That I
I'm
literally
calling
pulled up
bullshit
a
on you.
video.
I got bullshit on you. I gotta call bullshit on you.
You're right.
You want
You're right.
fire?
Go
You
look at
want
my channel.
fire? You want
Go look
fire,
at my channel.
BMT? I'm gonna
Go
give
look
you
at
some
my channel.
fucking fire.
You
You're
ain't got no
setting
fire.
up the next
You ain't
generation
got
for
no fire. You
motherfucking
literally
young
keep
black
talking about.
men to
You know
fucking
what's
be
crazy?
murdered in the streets
This
because your dumb
dude
ass
talks
want to
about
sit up
military
here and
experience,
talk about,
but has never
oh, they're
done a
rioting
video
and
about
looting, and that's the
military
way to go.
experience.
But you don't agree with it because you and
He's never
yours
done
ain't
a
out
video
there
about
doing it.
military experience, boy.
You and yours ain't out there doing it. But you want to say
Oh, you
they're
sure?
out there, they're rioting, they're looting, they're doing something. That's what you want to see. But you and
Right,
yours are not out there doing it
right.
because you don't
But you,
agree
but
with it.
what are you doing?
See, you see how the bullshit works? You go ahead on and go out there and
Right.
y'all and
Okay.
let them do it, and then I'll sit back and hopefully reap the benefits of it. Because I don't agree with what they're doing. You pick a
Right.
fucking side.
Right.
Pick a fucking side, nigga. Pick a
Mm-hmm.
fucking side. You either
Right.
gonna be out there and be active in the streets to change something, or you gonna sit here and run your fucking mouth and teach your fucking classes and say, "Oh, they're out there," and
What do you do?
but I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. Pick a
What do you
fucking
do?
side. You
What do you
niggas out here kill. You
what do you
niggas
do?
up here kill me with this bullshit.
What do you do?
You
What
want
do
to
you
give.
do?
You want to give fucking credence to the
You
shit that.
you
You
don't got
want to
shit to
give
talk
credence to the shit
about.
that's happening out there, but you don't agree with it. On
No,
one
no,
hand,
but
you
see,
sitting up here saying on one hand, you sitting up here saying the way we used to do shit, the way y'all did shit didn't work. Y'all fucked it up. These young blacks out here today, this young generation, my generation, we ain't having it. We in the streets. We out here. We goddamn looting and burning down and tearing shit up. Okay, but then you against it. Okay, BMT. Really? Pick a fucking side, nigga. Stop with the bullshit. You pick a fucking side or shut the fuck up. Hey, T.P.O.T, are you there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm just listening to the
He need
debate.
to pick a fucking side or shut the fuck up. Now, did you hear how
I'm
he tried to give credence to the bullshit?
I'm
Oh,
not done with him.
they're out there. No. You niggas kill me with that shit. They're out there. They're out there. They're out there. And all it's gonna take, listen to me well. All it's gonna take, that's fine. All it's gonna take is for a real live shootout to happen in the streets between the police and between protesters. All it's gonna take. See, you know.
and everything.
No, because you're full of shit. Because you're full of shit, nigga. You are full of shit. You are full of shit. You are full of shit.
What's on your channel?
You full of shit.
What's on your channel?
You full of shit. I don't have one yet.
All
I
right,
don't have one yet. What I do is in the real world. What I do is in the real world. What I do is in the real world.
I do that too. So
what I do is in the real world. I'm not sitting up here running my mouth. I'm not. Okay, at the end of the day, that's fine.
No. What do you do?
That's that bullshit. That's that bullshit. Now we're gonna get into what do we do? Now we're gonna get into what do we do? And BMT, you don't want to go down that road.
I mean, what do you do?
You don't want to go down that road, BMT.
Why? Okay, just go down.
I have plenty of people. I have plenty of people that can tell you what I do.
Who's that?
See, I'm not in this shit for self-preservation, self-service. I'm not in this shit for self-servitude.
Are you trying to?
I'm not in this for self-servitude. See, what you like to do is you like to come up here and say, what I do is I teach a class, and I have this, and this, and I do this, and this in my community. Okay, that sounds good.
So
it all sounds good.
It's crazy.
It sounds good. What's crazy is when you set up here and your ass set up here and said, on one hand, what's crazy is you set up here and said, on one motherfucking hand, they're out there in the streets. They're out there raiding. They're out there rioting. They're out there burning down shit. Now, I don't agree with it.
Let's be honest, man.
Is that a necessary evil? BMT, let's be honest. So is the rioting necessary? BMT, is the rioting necessary? Is the burning down your own community, is that necessary? BMT, is it necessary?
A divester?
Is it necessary? BMT, is it necessary?
So I'm asking you the questions. So
I don't need. I'm done with your questioning. I'm asking you the question: is it necessary? Is it necessary to burn down your own community? To take away jobs from people that need them, that where we're already in a fucked up position. Is it necessary to fuck up and burn up your own community? Is that necessary, BMT? In your mind, is it necessary? BMT, are you there?
You asked a question about we don't own anything.
Just answer the goddamn question. You don't own anything, but you don't tear up. You don't tear up.
You acting like a woman. You acting like a woman right now,
no,
man.
you acting like a fucking woman. There you go with this bitch made attitude.
Like a woman,
there
man.
you go with this bitch made attitude. I tried to talk to you, but you wanted to fight. I tried to talk to you, BMT. I tried to talk to you, but you wanted to fire. I tried to have the conversation with you, but you wanted this. You the leader of a. You the leader of a league. You are the leader of a league on T.P.O.T's platform.
Yeah,
I tried to have the conversation with you, but you wanted this fire, so now you get it, and you can't handle it as a man. I'm giving it to you as a man. And now you want to go with your bitch-made antics, talking about why you acting like a woman. Why you acting like a woman? This is the most asinine bullshit I ever heard. And get this guy out of here. Get this guy out of here. You're not worthy. You're not worthy. You're not ready. You want nigga shit. You want the yelling. You want the yelling over. You want motherfuckers to yell over you. You want a yelling match. You don't want to have a transfer of information, BMT. I get it. You got to try to save face, but you don't want a real conversation. What you want is nigga shit, and I'm gonna give it to you. Since you want nigga shit, I'm gonna give it to you. Now you can't handle the nigga shit, and you want to talk about you acting like a female yelling. You just got finished doing that whole ass shit.
Oh, this guy right here. Crazy,
no,
man.
Get this guy out of here because he's whack. You fucking whack. You don't know shit. Man. You don't know shit. You don't know enough. You don't know enough. That's why you can't have. That's why you want this style. You want this bitch back and forth. You see, T.P.O.T. You see, T.P.O.T. This is where we are. You wanted the bickering back and forth. You wanted to go straight to the rapid fire. And now that I'm giving you this fucking flame, you want to go and act like a bitch and start using female talking points. You can't handle talking to a real motherfucking man.
I got a question.
You want to talk like a bitch. Now you want to use bitch talking points. Why you're in your feelings? Why you yelling like a female? You just got finished doing that.
So what you running up in?
I'm giving you the flame. You said you wanted this. Now you get it. You said you wanted this. Now you get it. You're leading young men down. You're leading young black men and young black women down the wrong path by sitting here making a combination between the two. They're out there. They're doing it, but I don't agree with it. But they're out there. They're doing it. Which one is it?
Let me ask you a question.
Which one is it, BMT? Do you agree with them out there looting, burning, tearing up the cities, or do you not? Which one is it, BMT? See, when you put these niggas in a position to have to pick a side, they can't. When you put these niggas in a position to pick a side, they can't.
Weren't you running up into
you wanted this motherfucking flame, and now you got it.
It's the same dude trying to go in the female panel to destroy black men after other females have used a black man to destroy other black men.
When did I ever go on? That's a false narrative. See, this is the bitch shit that happens, T.P.O.T. Now you want to go and you want to push a false narrative. When did I individually ever go on a females panel to destroy black men? I'm telling black men they need to stand up and take their rightful fucking position. Now, a lot of this, I go to a lot of male panels as well, and I say the same thing. My talking point doesn't change. So no, that ain't where we at. What we're talking about is old school versus new school. Now you want to, nigga, really? Do you want to go down that historical path? Are you not the same goddamn nigga that sat up here and whined and cried and
about what? I'm glad you brought that up. I'm the same guy.
Fucking stop crying. Take your place as a man and shut the fuck up. Stand up and be a leader in your community and shut the fuck up. You want to sit here and cry and complain now that you're getting this goddamn fire because you want nigga shit. You want the yelling over each other and nobody can hear what's being said so you can feel like you want a fucking debate. No, nigga, you full of shit. Point blank fucking period. Stop the goddamn madness. Oh, they're out there rioting and burning down and looting in the streets. But I don't agree with it. You the same nigga that'll sit here and you'll give credence to motherfuckers to go out here and do shit in the community, but yet say, well, they had to do it because I understand why. Well,
Look at
we up against it.
I got a question for y'all, man.
Fuck out of here.
So I got a question. So, hey, in your generation, ain't y'all known for putting mollies?
We're not talking about my generation. I'm here to talk about your generation.
Come on now.
No. I tried to have the discussion with you. I tried to have the discussion with you earlier, but you didn't want to have. I tried to have the discussion with you earlier, but you didn't want to have the discussion, B.M.T. I'm giving you what you. I'm giving you what I don't give a fuck if you ignore me or not. I tried to have a sensible discussion with you earlier. I tried to have a I know, good talking point as a man to refer to another man as a woman. That's a good talking point. You're feminine and you're feminine and you're in your ways. I understand you're in your feelings because you can't handle it. You can't handle the motherfucking smoke. You don't want it. You don't want it. You sit up here and you let these people to believe some bullshit like you was ready. I'm here to tear down. I'm here to give you this smoke. I'm the lion in the jungle.
Let's give him that work.
No. I tried to give you that, but you didn't want it.
Let's give him that work because look at this.
I'm giving you that work because you don't want it. You sit up here and you push a bunch of bullshit from behind a goddamn computer screen in a panel. You the same motherfucker that sit up here and talk about I had my fair share of women and this, that, and the third. Nigga, stop. Did you get caught? Did you get caught?
I mean, did you get caught?
Did you not get caught?
You got caught with
Did you not get caught tricking online?
How many women you got caught with?
You want to talk about history. You want to talk about history. You want a popularity contest. You're not ready for the real shit. You don't want to have a discussion. You want this nigga shit, and I'm giving you these flames, and now you want to go and act like a bitch. You sound like a bitch.
So let's be honest.
You sound like a bitch, though, for real, bro. You sound like a bitch. You don't want to have. You didn't want to have the real conversation. What you wanted is this. This is what you wanted. You wanted the yelling and the screaming and the arguing back and forth. I asked for exchange of information. You didn't want that. You wanted to jump right into rapid fire, and I can give it to you. I can give you this motherfucking heat.
You couldn't handle that. You couldn't handle it.
I'm giving it to you now.
Because you couldn't handle that.
That's why you jumped up, and that's why you jumped up and went to your. That's why you jumped up and went to personal attacks. You see, T.P.O.T. This is what these niggas do. They can't handle real live discussions. They jump up and go into the personal attacks and go with a bunch of nigga shit where nobody can understand what's being said. That's what they want. That's what you want.
Just talk.
That's what you wanted. No, I tried to just talk. I tried to just talk, but you wanted to talk over me. So now I'm giving you. I tried to just talk to you, and you didn't want that. You wanted to go right into rapid fire. So now we're on rapid fire. I'm gonna do all the goddamn talking now. This is the problem. You got a lot of fake ass niggas out here that's saying, well, they out there. They give credence to the bullshit. They give credence to the bullshit, and then they jump up and say, well, they out here burning and looting. These young folks ain't having it. They ain't standing for it. But I don't agree with it. But I don't agree with it.
It's so crazy.
Pick a side. It's so crazy. These young motherfuckers are crazy. These young motherfuckers are crazy. They out here crazy. Pick a side. All I'm asking you to do is pick a side. Either you agree with it or you don't. That was a statement that you made.
All right. So let's go.
Pick a goddamn side, nigga. Pick a side. You got 35 seconds. Pick a side. What side are you on?
I agree that you
pick a side. No, nigga, pick a side. 28 seconds. 26 seconds. Pick a side. Are you gonna pick a side?
Nah,
this is the shit you wanted. You wanted. Are you? Because they're doing exactly what you gave credence to. You got 10. You got 10 seconds. Pick a side. You got 10 seconds. Pick a side.
I ain't taking a side of shit.
7 seconds. Pick a side. 5 seconds. Pick a side. B.M.T. You gave credence to the bullshit, but then by the same token, you're gonna sit there and say,
all right, that's gonna do it.
I got a question, man.
That rapid fire is something, ain't it?
Yeah, it's a motherfucker. It's a T.P.O.T.
That was the first time I ever seen somebody called you into rapid fire, bro. I didn't even know we could do that. Why did you tell me that was a rule?
No, I didn't say anything. He asked, was I here? I'm here. I stay out of it. I'm out of it. I'm out of it. All right, we're going to go. Hold on. We're going to go into closing statements. We started off with Brother B.M.T. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to start off with the general. Let me get 7 minutes on the clock. I know y'all, I'm a shitty timekeeper. I know. That's why I have other people who do it. All right. General, you up. Those are statements.
So number one, he started out, and I wanted to have. I don't get into the nigga shit, all the yelling and the bantering back and forth, because I understand that people in the audience are listening and they're trying to hear what is happening in a lot of these debates. It's about public opinion. They're simply here to try and win points and who's more charismatic. And no, if you're gonna have a debate, let's debate what we set out to debate on. And let's have the conversation. What happens is this Negro set up here and said, I want to get right to it. Let's get to the rapid fire. You want the nigga shit. You don't want to educate people, because if you were such an educator, you would have had the legitimate conversation. You didn't want that. You wanted nigga shit. You wanted to banter back and forth and yell and talk over each other. That's what you wanted, brother B.M.T. And I get it. And it's okay with me, because I can do it with the best of them. But at the end of the day, I'm here to talk topics. This is what M.O.T. said, and I agree with the brother M.O.T. I have to give him his points on this. There's some shit that he says that I vehemently disagree with, but I have to give him this talking point. B.M.T. is just like a lot of these conservative Negroes. They want to do all of this goddamn nigga pony trick talk, and then when they talk, when policy is actually laid out on the table for them, they can't handle policy. So this is why they want to get into the back and forth, the yelling and the bantering and all this other bullshit. You don't want to talk. You had no intent to talk topics, none whatsoever. What you want to do is go straight into the nigga shit, the argument, the yelling over each other, so no one could hear what was being said. I'm not that type of nigga. Now, your beliefs are your beliefs. My beliefs are my beliefs, as is everyone else's. But at the end of the goddamn day, you cannot stand your black ass, sit your black ass over there behind a computer screen and say, on one hand, they're out there, that's what, in your opinion, that's what they need to do. They need to do that. They need to be out there looting and burning and tearing down and raising fuss and getting and doing all this bullshit. But then on the other hand, you want to sit and say, well, I don't agree with it. See, a revolution is just what a revolution is. You can't change the game. You know this just like I do. You serve, you know what warfare is. And right now we're at warfare, brother BMT. Now we could do war there are multiple ways that you could have a war. You could do it through diplomacy. You could do it through man-on-man, force-on-force fighting. You could do it through the ballot box. There are a lot of different ways that you could have a war. You understand? So at some point in time, you got to pick a fucking side. When you narrow these niggas down and force these niggas to pick a side, they won't stand up. They won't stand on it, because they want to be in the background with a bunch of bullshit, bantering, yelling, screaming, arguing over each other. They don't want to have a transfer of fucking information. They're here for the popularity contest, clicks and motherfucking views. You ain't out here trying to teach no real motherfucker, I don't know what you do in your personal life, so let me not say that. Because you just said, well, you guessing. I don't want to guess. I'm telling you what I see. A lot of these motherfuckers are here for the clicks and views. They're not here to tell the goddamn truth. They don't want to have the real conversation. This is the shit that they want, brother T.P.O.T. They want to come up here and yell, go right into rapid fire, and then look, I won that debate. See, but you ain't saying shit. Because you got your followers, and that's what happens. Motherfuckers ride behind who they ride behind, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. I don't give a fuck if I get one solid motherfucking vote, because what I'm saying is fact, and what I'm saying is true. If you keep fucking around, and at first I had some hard disagreement with Brother Fantastic. Shout out to him. When the dominant powers get tired of this bullshit and they go to say, you know what, no more fucking disorderly conduct in our streets, we're gonna shut this shit down, that's what the fuck's gonna happen. And there ain't gonna be a goddamn thing you can do about it. Now, what are the second and third order effects of that? The second and third order effects of that, you gotta be prepared for the after movement of what just took place. We just had a whole goddamn 3-month ride in the middle of a pandemic. 3-4 months, and they still riding, right? What are they going to do after that? We're going into an election year. How many of these motherfuckers out in the street are going to put somebody up there in D.C. and to lobby for your fucking for what you've been riding over? How many? See, this is the fuck shit that I'm talking about. You sit here and talk that shit, but you ain't trying to talk about putting no lobbyists up there in D.C. to lobby on your behalf. You want nigga shit. That's what you want. You want to act a fucking fool, burn down the communities, fuck up people, what little black businesses we do have, Just like in 92, when motherfuckers were saying spray painting on the side of the wall. See, I lived through that, B.M.T. You didn't. When they were spray painting, this is a black-owned business to keep motherfuckers from burning it down and looting it. We destroy ourselves. On one hand, you want to sit up here and say, they're out there, they riding and they looting and they burning down. But I don't agree with it. So what do you agree with? Pick a fucking side. And I'll concede my time right there. These niggas are fucking pitiful. Sit up here and do a lot of double talk. That's what the fuck they do. Fuck that. I'm going to use my last minute and 43 seconds.
So you're going to, okay, go ahead. Let me start the clock. Go ahead. I'll start it. Go ahead.
They want to do a lot of goddamn double talk. They want to sit up here and complain. Instead of being a man, complain about bitches and women. And, oh, they ain't doing this and they ain't doing that. Why are they picking this type nigga? Well, all you got to do is be a man, take your rightful place in society, step up to the goddamn plate, and take care of fucking business. And stop crying about what the next motherfucker is not doing. Stop crying about what woman is not choosing you. Pick better bitches. I learned it. I did it. Stop fucking crying. Pick a fucking side and stand the fuck up. You wanted this nigga shit. You wanted the flame. I tried to have a conversation. And do you see how at the end he started crying? Using female talking points because you couldn't talk to a real motherfucking man. Why you yelling? You sound like a woman. You feeling? Yeah. That's some bitch shit, nigga. You could never stand on the same blocks that I travel on and say that shit within a group of men. Never. So fuck out of here with that bullshit. You wanted the nigga shit and you got it. Then you want to start crying and complaining about it. I tried to have a conversation with your motherfucking ass, and you didn't want that. You wanted to go right into rapid fire because you had nothing to stand on. Nothing. You had no points. You niggas killed me. Some of you motherfuckers are full of shit. Clicks and views, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for motherfuckers to pat you on the back and say, oh, B.M.T. won that one. Clicks and fucking views.
All right. That's going to bring the general's closing statements to an end. Let me get 7 minutes on the clock. Brother B.M.T., you up, brother? Closing statements.
Yeah, guys, I've been talking to y'all for about 2 hours? 2 hours. Yeah, just about an hour and some change going over policies. We went over the socialism, the reforms, all this stuff. Now, this dude showed up late. So, I mean, honestly, I almost was debating with myself at this point. And so it's like I didn't really want to waste time because he didn't even have a structure the way he wanted to debate too. So that just showed you where a lot of these men and Alzheimer's and epilepsy and shit go to. Now, the thing about it was, if he understood anything about what I was saying, I was really talking about you could go out there and do for yourself. That's literally, I'm telling y'all could go out there and empower yourself. If you look at any of the channel content that I put out there, I just went over talking about militias, groups that you could join up with to learn your own training. We just talked about certain bills of diverse training and different stuff that your own people can get involved with. Take it back to your camp and literally perform it yourself. Now, he didn't tell y'all any of that stuff. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, granted, he supposedly works for the government, but I don't know. We don't know what the hell he does that's of importance. But I'm telling y'all right now, man. If you're looking for the so-called handout, rather you can just go out there and start developing your own land, property. You can literally clear out some land and sell the timber, put that land, put a few trailers there, and actually develop it to where you can actually start building it up, your own property, go buy your own tow truck, do that kind of stuff, and literally make your own finances and actually circulate that money amongst yourselves. But see, he's more so will tell you, hey man, white man, bad, slavery, red summer. But I'm like, nigga, I'm here. We're here now. I get the past. I'm here now. We here to make laws change here. We're actually here to make a change now. You're talking about doggone working together, but we're looking at the same dysfunction that y'all done put into the church. You done put into goddamn social women movements and all that dumb shit that y'all done. But you talk about y'all being men. Y'all men couldn't even control the women of your era. But y'all telling us how to be men? Get the fuck out of here. Like, these are the same dudes that be getting on here in these channels and these platforms talking about game and selling y'all some broken shit like a game. I can't. We ain't hear not one doggone policy this man talk about. We ain't hear that as much military training. You think he would have gone over talking to y'all about militias? You think he would have gone over telling y'all how much it would cost to go buy a functional stripped down M4 rifle? Think he would have been telling y'all about content? He could have, mind you, COVID haven't been shut down. Now would have been the perfect time for black men to start teaching. Why isn't he out there doing that? Oh, right, he's getting it. And I get it. He's out there getting his own money. We got brothers granted, he's bringing up these spaces, but you got men in these spaces that are actually teaching other men, yo, ain't nobody gonna give it out to you. You need to go out there and learn how to doggone adapt and learn out. Mind you, shout out to Ramil. Ramil just did a show saying adapt or die. Adapt or die. You can literally learn how to re-terraform the area around you, man. But see, when you talk about that to black people like this generation, they've already been broken in. So there's no pushback to wanting to change because they're comfortable, because they are a gatekeeper system. They don't want you to come out. They don't want you to speak out. They don't want you to do anything differently. You have men that are fighting back. You have men that I agree with them. Go hire a lawyer. Oh wait, I did say that. Go hire a lawyer. I said it today. Go hire. I don't know. Go put the proper men in the proper position that you need. So that way, guess what? You keep that circulation of power. But of course, certain men and women don't want you to understand that. They want you to keep coming to them for the goddamn negligent bullshit. They want you to keep guessing rather than actually give you the proper information. I don't do those guessing games. I'm going to give you the straightforward facts. Yeah, I get it. Oh, wait. The community is burning down. No shit. Guess what? Why would I want the dope house to still be standing? Let that bitch burn. Why would I want the goddamn abortion clinic to still be standing? Let that bitch burn. Why would I want any dysfunctional goddamn memory of the goddamn dysfunction that we had to go through still burn them bitches down? Burn them down. This motherfucker still want them to stand up so that way we can keep living the dysfunction, all that shit. I bet you for all that shit. Get rid of them motherfuckers. You were part of a goddamn group that had all that goddamn power and messianic goddamn knowledge and shit, but y'all ain't know how to get rid of these motherfuckers. Probably your goddamn granddaddy and your goddamn fucked up cousins and shit. But all right, y'all like to resolve to get rid of them motherfuckers. But now that you got other people, see, you coming around these spaces around other younger individuals who say, fuck y'all, fuck your fucked up aunties and shit, and fuck all the rest of y'all niggas that ain't trying to do shit with your life. Now y'all got some pushback to say, we ain't men? Nigga, you coming around us. We ain't seeking y'all niggas out. Half of y'all motherfuckers didn't even raise your own goddamn kids. But we gotta learn to grow up and deal with them. You can at least beat up, damn it. But see, these kind of respect, I get it. This is how it goes. This is how it goes, man. Hold out to the highest bidder. We talking about other communities that don't fuck with us, that out there say, yo, we maybe not as powerful as them, but we're gonna still make it do. We're gonna still do what we do. I like it how they do their dirt. They fuck up the situation, and now they're talking about, okay, guys, we need to cooperate. Whoa. You done party like it's 99. Now you want us to actually listen. Get the fuck out of here, man. The same politicians that are in the seats now today are the same motherfuckers y'all been voting for goddamn 30 to 50 years straight. Y'all motherfuckers voted for them. Y'all voted for them. Same goddamn fucked up pastors that been raping the children. Y'all goddamn motherfuckers been putting them in. Y'all knew what they were doing in the house. You knew what they were doing in the schools. Y'all knew what they were doing in the community. Y'all gave them the green light. Now all of a sudden y'all trying to tell us, oh wait, don't do the blame game now. Fuck y'all. I don't give a fuck if y'all don't like me. I'll call y'all shit out. Fuck all of it.
All right. That's going to bring our debate to a close. Good stuff, brothers. Good stuff. Good stuff. Now we go to the polls. If you believe Brother B.M.T won the debate, put a B in the chat. If you believe the general won the debate, put a G in the chat. Put a B in the chat for Brother B.M.T. Put a G in the chat for the general. Come on. And don't be voting twice. Anybody that vote twice, moderators, block their ass.
Oh.
Block their ass if they vote twice. Vote twice, get blocked.
I vote for myself. I can't come in from my other channel. X is looking for them.
Hell no, I know your other channels. Don't try that shit.
X be looking for my other channel.
Goddamn right, I know what they are.
All right. So listen, man. You're right. I arrived late. So when you talk about what should be done and who's doing what and what needs to do, I didn't have any disagreement when I clicked on and I was listening to some of the things that you were saying. I happen to agree with you. I'm not saying that it can't be done, and I agree with that point, brother, that we need to do more of those things. However, come a pause, we have to be sensible about how we do it. That's what I'm telling you. I asked you to pick a fucking side a moment ago because you gave credence to the young black men and women that are out here in the streets rioting and that are out here in the streets destroying property, that are out here in the streets putting their life. Okay, I'm riding with that. I'm riding with that 100% because it needs to be done. It's time out for the fucking passiveness. I don't disagree with that. However, come upon you have to be very, very smart in how you do things. You serve just like I did, since you want to throw military service out here. I understand the second and third order of effects. Now, guess what's going to happen? By mid 2021, all of this shit will go away and go under the bridge, and it'll be a second thought. Well, nobody will be talking about it. See, and you mentioned my military service. I don't have a problem with telling you. What I do is there is I'm a partnership in a black gun range down here in Texas, right? So one thing that we do is we talk about gun safety, we talk about preparedness, we talk about how to protect yourself in your home with your weaponry, right? We talk about how to get weapons at a cheap rate. Weapon safety is of the utmost importance. You see, because when shit go to shit, BMT, it's not going to be about how many guns you got. It's going to be about how much ammunition you have. That's what it's going to be about. So we're telling people how to go about getting ammunition, even though the government has put a restriction on it. You see what I'm saying? We're telling people what.
I did a class on it. No, I did a class. Believe it or not, X, did I not already do a class on ammunition?
Right, I got it. Well, I don't follow your channel.
You did a couple of them. You did.
I do this.
Kudos. I didn't say that. Listen, I didn't say that.
I'm not. Listen,
I didn't say that you didn't. I didn't say that you didn't. So when you ask, I work with at-risk youth down here in the Austin area, right? Ages motherfucking 16 through motherfucking 21. I work with them. We set them up for jobs to get them out of the streets and get them on the pathway to having some sort of fucking stability in their lives. Get them off the white man's fucking fast food chain. Get them out of fucking Walmart. Get them to where they could be self-sufficient. We have training programs that I work with where I mentor young black men to help them to get their GED and their education so that they can go out here and be competitive in the world. So, Negro, don't ever question what the fuck I do. I've been doing this shit for motherfucking 19 years, nigga. Everywhere I go, every installation I go to, every inner city that I'm around, nigga, I sought out, I find out where the impoverished people are in the community, and I go to those communities and work with these young black men, not just as a fucking recruiter for the United States Army. Miss me with that bullshit, nigga. You've heard me say this plenty of times before. Don't sit up here and push no fucking false narrative on me, nigga.
Come on, get the voting, folks. Put a B in the chat if you believe Brother B.M.T won the debate. Put a G in the chat if you believe the general won the debate. Come on, slow typing ass folks. Come on. I got to get that Jeopardy music so I can play that shit. I got to get the Jeopardy soundtrack. Come on. Come on, folks. Y'all know how we do it. Come on.
Yeah, but it never. And I've heard you, B.M.T. You want to try to take a personal side. Or you go up on these women panels. I've never done that, nigga, because I'm a man, a black man. I ain't never went up there and shot down no brothers before. Never on any panel. I go up there and tell the fucking truth as I see it. Now, if you disagree with it, so be it. You fucking disagree with it. But don't ever push a false narrative on me like that. Don't ever say that I did some shit that I didn't do.
Here we go.
I know. Here we go. You want
Stop, General.
No,
Stop.
I'm not gonna fuck that. See, this is a
God,
game. This is a game for some of y'all.
Where my moonshine whiskey at? I got it.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Drink. That's what
I got to tap out of reality now.
Yeah, go ahead. Drink. That's what you do best. Because when I tried to have let's go back and let's look at it.
Lord.
When I tried to have the conversation with you, you didn't want that. You wanted to jump straight into the nigga shit, the arguing and the banter. X, am I right or wrong? I kept telling you, brother, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this.
This is the league. This is the league.
You're right. And I don't have a problem with how T.P.O.T runs his shows. I don't.
Well, the way it's looking now, from the votes that we have thus far, it looks like Brother B.M.T is in the lead. Y'all also know how we do it here. If you have questions for the debaters, those questions must be super chatted or cash app. If you have questions for my debaters, you must super chat them or cash app them. So if you have questions, shoot them up now.
They wait for that link, Pop. They wait for that link.
Well, after the debate, we do a Q&A. I mean, that's how we do it. So
T.P.O.T. He got fees for the stadium. You need to cover.
Huh?
I said what? I said you need your coverage for the stadium.
No, this is how we do it.
It covers the stadium, man.
This is how we do it. You want to ask a question, you must form it. It must be in the form of a super chat.
Like I said a moment ago, I don't have a problem with the debate style that's used here. I can do it with the best of them. But then don't bitch up and start using feminine female talking points. Why are you yelling? That's what you were doing. You were yelling all over the top of it. I couldn't get a word in edgewise. So I had to use hey, B.M.T, guess what I had to do, brother? I don't have a problem with you, but guess what I had to do? I had to use what you know as overwhelming firepower.
What? No,
because you were using a combative style of debate.
Okay.
Then you wanted to cry because you couldn't handle it. Oh, why you yelling? Why you yelling? Why you yelling?
General,
I was talking to your points.
General, after a while, you wasn't saying anything. I was
right. I know, but I was talking to your points. The problem is I was talking to your points. That's the problem. No, that's why I wasn't saying nothing. Because you wasn't listening. You're not an active listener. You can only you want to talk. You want to talk.
Big J said that you was on TSR. You was on TSR's platform. He said you've been on there.
I haven't been on TSR's platform in over 2 years.
Yep, he did say that too. He said that too. So
I haven't been over there. I haven't been over there. I haven't been over there in 2 years. You see, this. You got chat monkeys to jump up here. They can't motherfucking talk either. Some of these motherfuckers are retarded. They just come up here to hear themselves talk. They don't want to have the real conversations. Miss me with the bullshit. Stop it.
I'm just a black man. That's what I'm lying.
You got to stop the bullshit.
We can't. This is the league. There's no standard anymore.
Right. You see, that's what you want. You like that type shit.
Listen.
I tried to have a debate style conversation with you, and you wanted to go straight into rapid fire nigga shit, yelling over each other. That's what you wanted.
Let me tell you right now. As long as I've had so much.
Don't cry about it. This is the
Oh
B
no!
League.
Listen,
Don't cry about it.
Listen. I've had the whole damn stadium against me, and I still come out. I done been cursed out plenty times in the goddamn chat.
I'm not cursing you out. I'm not. Nothing that I'm talking about is personal to you.
I got some of the most hated people in the league on my team. Like I'm pretty doggone callous up, as they may say. So if I go, listen, I learned pretty hard. The league is not for the faint of heart. I'm just being honest. When we kid, it's not like I ever told T.P.O.T. I feel like it's unfair. Or anything. I just say, hey, it is what it is.
We're not talking about the league. Ain't nobody scared. I ain't scared
No,
of none of these
but
motherfuckers. I'm not scared of none of these motherfuckers in the digital footprint. I'm not scared of none of what I would like. This is what I would like to do. What I would like to do is have all these motherfuckers in a fucking auditorium in person, and then see if they have the same fucking talking points. Because a lot of these motherfuckers talk from behind these computer screens and from behind these mics and shit, and the way that they live their lives are totally different than the way that they portray in this digital footprint.
Now, hey, T.P.O.T, make sure you keep the chart that you know that my team got the most wins now. We still. I want to make sure you strike that for the record now. We damn sweating our asses off up
You
here.
see, that's the problem. Nobody gives a fuck about who wins or who loses.
Shit,
what we give a fuck about is educate. See, right? What we give a fuck about is educating the people that are listening, giving some information out here. See, that's the problem right there, brother T.P.O.T. Giving some information to the next generation that they can use, and not worried about who wins or loses a fucking debate.
Stop.
No, you stop it. Cut it out.
Because whenever T.P.O.T does shows that are educational, I be counting how many people in that chat. It might be 10, it might be 15, hell, it might be 3. But when it comes to the motherfucking goddamn nitty gritty bullshit, motherfuckers come like stinking shit.
So what do you want to be a part of? Do you want to be a part of the nitty gritty, or do you want to be a part of the bullshit?
I'm part of joy.
Right. You see what I'm saying? You part of joy. Because this is joy for you. This is fun for you. It's not about it's not about putting out information as you portray to help the masses. It's about joy and fun for you and your self-entertainment. That's what it's about.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and open up the panel if that's all right with you, brothers.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Anybody who want to come up and say a few words, we're going to allow that at this time.
Why did you do this, X? Why did you do this?
What? Open up the panel? You don't want me to open it up?
Let me go ahead. Go ahead, open up. Let me go ahead and drink my whiskey. I was hoping I'll black out in the 45 minutes.
All right. The link is in the chat. Whoever wants to come up, got something to say. Come on up and say it. Come on up and say it.
I think it was a good time. It was a good talk. I done taught class for goddamn an hour and some change up here. How long I've been up on this goddamn panel, X? Like for a good hour and some change now. Listen, I done did my teaching.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I done did my teaching. Like I'm just ready to sit down.
We got modern day brothers up here. What's good with it, brother? What you got for me? Is he there? Modern day brother?
Mm-hmm. And to be fair, I've been on panels with modern day brother, and they know I'm a conservative. And you can ask modern day brother. I've answered their questions about policy and structure.
Yeah, he's been up here before. I'm familiar with him.
Everybody knows exactly about my stance on a lot of damn things. But you know what? Hey, nowadays I'm like, oh, did y'all see me supporting Kyle? Nope. But you know what? I saw other people who ain't conservative. They supported Kyle. Did y'all see me support other people that did certain things in this country? Nope. But you know what's crazy? I get it. They'll keep bringing me up and throwing me in all kind of certain namesakes and stuff like that. Shout out to Seal. Miss Sheila E., we literally were talking about the Panther Party movement for goddamn almost a whole hour. Never yelled at each other. Beautiful woman. Mwah.
Yeah, we've been rejoined by Lady Sheila. Lady Sheila, what you got? What you got for
I
us?
I just want to say that I know MOT and B.M.T do a lot in the community, and I seen that when he showed his lives. I know Q do a lot also, and what we have to understand, brothers, that whatever we do, we have to stay in our lane. Some people not even gonna see what you do. Some of us in the forefront, some of us in the back. And we have to stop criticizing one another of what we do in our community. And like you said, yes, some people want the community burnt down because it's bad memories. And then some people want the community to be left up there and be rebuilt. But however way it go, we want to teach our young generation, our lawyers. They're going to be our future lawyers, our teachers, our governors, our politicians. We have to mentor them and teach them the things that we wasn't taught. Our ancestors died. They died. And they dreamed that they could go to schools that we went to. They could drink at the same water fountain. They could sit with whites. They could sit at the same restaurants. We are their dream today. We are their dream. But this dream had turned into a nightmare because you know why? We can't even get it together. And it's sad. I see both of my brothers up here doing whatever y'all do, but in different states, in different style, but yet y'all help the community. And that's just my words. What I'm saying is, whatever y'all do it to the best of y'all knowledge. Yes, we're going to disagree. We're going to argue. We're going to fuss. But the meanwhile, let's do it in a respectful way and let's not disrespect each other. And I'm out and I love y'all.
All right. Brother Modern Day, are you with us, brother?
Yeah, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I listen to both content creators. I love the debate. It was a very, very good debate, and I have to say on this particular topic, I mean, I kind of joined in the middle, so I hope I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth, but I think I kind of agree, with the general. I don't necessarily think that looting, protesting, and doing all that type of stuff is going to get anywhere. I think the only way we're going to get anywhere as a people, especially as Black men, is if we put our money together and lobby and put policy on the table so we can become a protected people. The reason why we are in the position that we are in, and the reason why no matter who we vote for, the reason why our vote doesn't count is because we're not putting our money together and coming up with a political agenda. So I agree with B.M.T that, that sometimes you do have to be a little revolutionary. Sometimes you do have to. Sometimes war is necessary, but with how powerless we are, the first thing we should be focused on is using our money, putting it together, and buying these politicians in both parties. That's just my point of view.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. But here lately, I've been on a tear, and it's mainly because of these folks you see behind me here. These babies that sit behind me, all of them were murdered during the 4th of July weekend. And I think we need to start from the inside.
I agree, bro.
I don't think we can move forward until we start doing some internal shit. And first and foremost, I want the motherfuckers who murder kids, I want them gone. The motherfuckers who hurt kids, abuse kids, touch kids, molest kids, I want them gone. Because we can't think about what we're going to do forward if we're not protecting our most valuable assets. And I think our most valuable assets at this point, when you talk about the Black future, are these folks here, these folks behind me. When we talk about Black society in the future, when we talk about Black folks' future, this is it. This is it behind me. And until we can figure out how to, number one, protect them, raise them, groom them, counsel them, and direct them in the right direction, we're always going to be lost. We're going to be lost until we can get that figured out. We can have all the money in the world. We can buy a state. We can do all this kind of bullshit. But if we're not taking pride in these little ones behind us, if we're not being more responsible about having them, if we're not being more responsible about bringing them up, if we're not being more responsible about protecting them from the people who will do them harm, it's going to be the same shit. It's going to be the same shit. Because if we don't raise them right, they grow up to be the people that rob and kill and shoot and steal and do all this nonsense. If we don't protect them the right way, they fall victim to these people. So I'm willing to start, but we need to start there. We have to start with these little people, man. The rest I'm willing to figure out until we raise them right so they don't turn into the goddamn people who are running and ripping and destroying their properties and destroying the community. Then we have to worry about keeping them from becoming the people that we don't want parts of. Because there's a lot of crazy folks out there doing a lot of crazy shit. I know. I just did a story on the people who killed all these children behind me. And guess what? Those dudes who did that, somebody gave birth to them. Somebody they old mama. Somebody they pappy. So we can nip this shit in the bud with these children. Not only can we protect them and save them, we can keep them from becoming the miscreant part of our society. And I think once we do that, I think now we can move forward because we have something to move forward with. I mean, old fuckers like me, we ain't the future. We're not. We set in our damn ways. We just are. We just are. Ain't no change in me. But guess what? These babies can be shaped. They can be molded. They can be turned around. They could be taught different things. So, I mean, I'm not too concerned with grown ass folks and what grown people are doing. They're grown. It's hard to change a grown person. And I say this a lot. This is a statement from Frederick Douglass. He says, it's easier to raise strong children than it is to repair broken men. And he's right. Because a lot of adults in Black society are broken. They're broken, and a lot of them are broken beyond repair. I know, I'm a mechanical engineer. Some shit can't be fixed. Sometimes the fix is replacing the unit. Sometimes that is the fix, replacing the unit, because it's beyond repair. And we have a lot of people in Black society that are beyond repair. But guess what? These babies are not. And I think we need to start there and then figure the rest out. But go ahead.
And T.P.O.T, I'm going to tell you, I absolutely agree with you. That's why when I sit here and talk about lobbying and political agendas, I believe the majority of that policy, the policies and lobbying should be aimed towards Black youth. I'd say 60 to 70%. So I absolutely agree with you on that one, bro.
Yeah, man, we gotta do something with our little tykes, man. That's the only way it's gonna change. Because guess what? These little tykes that's 6 and 7 years old now, man, in another 15 years, they'll be 21, 22, 23. I mean, where are they going to be? What are they going to be doing? Are they going to be out there being productive members of society? Or are they going to be the people out there shooting folks, killing folks, in and out of the goddamn penitentiary, destroying the goddamn community? What are they going to be? And a lot of them, like these babies behind me, we never got to see it. You know why? Because all of them were murdered. All of these babies behind me were killed. We're never going to see what they're going to become, because some other people who were raised in a bad environment, improperly parented, improperly groomed, they grew up and they became the people who kill kids. So we're in a tough situation, Black society is. You know, it's one of those what came first, the chicken or the egg scenarios, but we have to stop it somewhere so we can start something new. It's hard to start something new if we keep watching the same old cycle over and over and over. We have to stop it. We have to stop that cycle so we can try something new, because the same old shit just don't seem to be working. It's not working. It's not. Because if it was working, I wouldn't be looking at 4 dead babies. But go ahead. Damn, B.M.T done dropped off.
X, I was feeding my face, but I absolutely agree with you. And you're right. And that's why I asked the question. See, Malcolm X said it best. He said the bullet or the ballot. Which one? What works?
Mm-hmm.
What works?
Yeah.
And I was listening to Mr. Fantastic, who said something. Shout out to him. And at first he kind of, I was like, whoa, hold on. But then I thought about what he said. You see, we got to understand that we're up against the wall. And all of this rioting and all of this looting and all of this tearing and burning down shit, when these motherfuckers get tired of it and they say, okay, enough is enough, and they go to put the smack down, you got a lot of people that are listening to content creators in certain spaces, right? And what we should do and how we should handle shit and what we ought to do. We know what happens when motherfuckers get ready to shut shit down and put the clamps on shit.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you sit here? And again, this is why I asked Brother B.M.T to pick a side. Because on one hand, you gave credence to it. See, being smart and able to listen and understand what's being said, I understood. He gave the credence to the burning down and tearing up and rioting and looting. And then at the same time, he said, but I don't agree with it. Almost as if he's saying, well, it needs to be done, but I don't want to be a part of it and I don't agree with it. You see what I'm saying? You got to listen to a lot of these motherfuckers. This is not a shot at B.M.T. I've heard this before. This is the double talk that we have going on in our community. But when you start talking about, as M.O.T. said, a lot of these conservative dudes jump up here with this conservative nigga jab, nigga jugging and shit. And then when they talk, what's the policy? I saw Candace Owens get her ass toe off because motherfuckers said, well, you up here talking all this bullshit. Where are your policies? What policies do you want to put into play? What do we need to lobby for? She had not one answer. She was ready to jump off the panel. And I'm not saying that that's the case with B.M.T. Not at all. It's not a shout out at the brother. I actually fuck with B.M.T. I enjoy conversating with him. I enjoy the verbal judo with B.M.T. But you can't ask on one hand, I'm ready to get to the nigga. I'm ready to get to the rapid fire. And then when the rapid fire come and the motherfucker meet you with overwhelming firepower, then you want to bitch up and ball up and act like a female. That's the problem that I had with this whole conversation. Because I can talk about anything. I'm the type of person, I know a whole bunch of shit about it. I know a little bit about a whole bunch of shit. But you can best believe that little bit that I do know about that whole bunch of shit, I know it. So all over the place. You want to talk about policies, then you want to talk about what we need to do, what happened, generate. We know that. That's water under the bridge. It's history. What do you use history for? You use history to learn from. And like you said, it's all about the youngsters for me. It's all about my son, my daughters. It's about them. What's going to happen over the course of the next 7 years, like you said, because these 15-year-olds over the 7-year period, they're going to be 21, 18, 19, 21, voting age. And we sit up here going round and round and round and round, worried about who won a fucking debate. Who gives a fuck? What about the information that's being put out during the debate? That's the more important piece to me. I don't do the nigga shit. I try not to do the yelling and the arguing and screaming over motherfuckers. I want to talk, have the actual conversation. Let's do that. I got it. You know, you need a certain amount of entertainment. I get it. And I go over to the Black Brain Trust. I see them brothers that have 15 people in their chat, and they're talking about some great shit for black people. Great shit. And they got 15. I go over to other channels. I go over to other channels, and they on this nigga shit. Why come men ain't high value this, and we need to get good women, and they got motherfuckers 300, 400, 500 people in there. Listen to the bullshit. Black folks are focused on the wrong shit, in my opinion. You better get your shit together. You better get your shit together educationally. You better get your shit together politically, and you better get your family together. Because what's coming down the pipe for minorities, and particularly black people in this country, over the next 3, 5 to 7 years, it's going to get hard.
Yeah, it is. Better be prepared.
Let's wait, brother. We just had a 4-day weekend to go by. Memorial Day, correct? Which one was it? Labor Day? Memorial Day?
Mm-hmm.
One of these motherfuckers. Labor Day.
Labor Day.
Now let's watch the numbers that come out of Chicago, since that's a flashpoint right now. Let's watch the number of shootings and murders that come out of Chicago. Not to take a shot at them. I'm not taking a shot at them at all. But you got all these motherfuckers that's riding and all this shit. They ain't doing it in Chicago for the young teenage kids that are killing each other in Chicago.
Absolutely
for the black men that are killing. What's going on with that? Where's Black Lives Matter marching in Chicago saying, wait, hold on, wait a minute, where are the riots at behind that? Yeah. You see, that's the real shit that I prefer to talk about.
Absolutely. I mean, where's the riots for these babies here?
Exactly.
That I talked about. I talked about this last week. Where's the jumping up and down? Where's the marches? Where's all that? Where's all of that for Sequoia, Reuter, Natalie, and Devon? Where is it? Where is it? I'll tell you where it is. It's nowhere. These babies are forgotten. They're forgotten. Now, they're not forgotten on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. They're not forgotten here, but they're forgotten, man. And that's the type of shit I'm talking about, man. It's like it seems like to me we find ourselves marching, protesting, flipping over cars and burning shit up. But it seems like we're selective with how we do it.
That's the point, T.P.O.T. That's the point right there.
I'll tell you right now, if one of these was my grandbabies, I'd be ready to tear some shit up too. Preferably the motherfuckers who did something to them. All right? I wouldn't be flipping over cars or burning down buildings and none of that shit. But the motherfuckers who did this to them, the motherfuckers who did it to them, there's no way they'd be able to get away from me. They'd never make it to the courthouse. They'd never make it to the inside of a penitentiary. They would never make it there. They wouldn't make it there. All right? They wouldn't make it there. I put them down with the impunity that they put these babies down. Then I just drop my Desert Eagle and throw my hands up, and keep on puffing on my cigar till the police take it out my mouth. But it's what we have, man. And I think many times we get so caught up in other shit that we miss the opportunities to really stand up for our people. Now we'll stand up, if a cop put a bullet in somebody's head, we get out there and hoop and holler and scream and say all this kind of stuff. And, you got people painting all kinds of shit on the roads and shit like that. Yeah, but wouldn't it be better? Wouldn't it be a bigger statement if we did that shit for these kids that get killed? Wouldn't it be a bigger statement if we focused on taking a stand against the people who do this kind of shit to children, right? Because, see, if we got these people out of the geographical location, we probably wouldn't have to march for them when the police shoot their ass in the head. Because, see, they'd be somewhere else. They wouldn't be around us getting shot by the police and all that kind of shit. They wouldn't be around us. Because if we want to set a precedent to protect our people, we need to start with the motherfuckers that's in there that's in there hurting our people. We need to start there. Now, I know we all want to start outside with the white man and the police and the criminal justice system and all this kind of nonsense. I know we want to go at that. But, man, we got so many threats inside our own walls that we refuse to deal with. We refuse to deal with it. We want to chalk it up to the white power structure and all this kind of nonsense. We have to deal with the threats that are inside our walls first, man, because many black people, especially black children, aren't even safe, man, in their own damn house.
I said that.
You got little kids getting shot on their porch. You got little kids getting shot in the playground, shot in the front yard,
shot in the house,
shot in the crib. Yeah. So how are we going to get out there and change something when we can't even protect the most vulnerable amongst us from the most miscreant of us? We can't even do that, but we're going to form these big movements. We're going to do all this other shit. We're going to change policy. We're going to do all this other kind of nonsense, and we can't even protect our children from the goddamn fools that's killing them. Yeah. I mean, but go ahead.
Are y'all really serious? I'm going to ask y'all a question. Are y'all really serious, or is this a lot of talk?
What do you mean?
Are y'all serious? Do y'all really want to see change, or y'all just talking?
Of course we want to see change. I think a lot of people up here want to see change.
Okay,
Lady Sheila.
Okay,
I just
reason
think
why
that a lot of people up here don't know how to go about it.
Okay, reason why I say that, because I'm sitting at the table now with Congress, with Governor Cuomo people. And I'm doing proposal and stuff. And see, like I said, I'm not doing kumbaya. I done shut down city with bullhorns. I done shut down city halls. I done went against the police departments. Now my thing is, we have to change these laws. We have to position ourselves. So now, if y'all want to do this, we could do this, because I could bring the first black judge we put in office, run it again in my city. He could come on your panel. I could bring my mayor on your panel. I could bring one of my Congress on your panel, and you could address these things to them, because my proposal is at the table, and I'm the only female, and there's 5 educated guys, lawyers, doctors, CEOs at the table sitting. We making changes at the table in Albany.
Well, bring it on.
And everything y'all dressing, everything y'all saying, we doing. And see, that's what I'm saying. People doing what they're doing is stay in their lane. I did that. Been there. Shut down cities. Bullhorn. You get nowhere. Only thing we could do is beat them by their own policies. And that Democrat committee, that's a joke. That party is a joke. It's really a joke.
I think everybody's aware of that.
I really don't want to get there, but the babies is hurting me, because we just buried my god sister daughter 3 years ago. The girl never went outside, wouldn't go to a Halloween party, got her head shut off by a church. And we are making changes in our city. We are making changes. And you're not going to see that on the news. The news only show what they want to show. So that's what I'm saying. If y'all, I'm not new to this, I'm true to this. So if y'all want to sit with some people and really put down some laws and policies in your state, in your city, we could do this. I don't talk a lot. I don't get on panels and fuss and all that other stuff, because meanwhile, I'm fighting a battle for my people. A real battle. They're trying to change laws and policy going to help our people for the future.
All right. Well, I'm easy to find. You can always bring them up here. We've been joined by my brother, the underrated Darkness. What's good with it, brother? Brother T.U.D. What's good with it, man?
Well, I'm I'm originally from New York, but I'm aware of that. But I would say this, that there are some brothers that's doing something about Sheila E., but you're not going to hear it. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of the few. I'm originally from New York, but I've been in Virginia for 8 years. And let me tell you something, brother X and everybody. One of my godson's best friend got shot, and he was in the house. I just talked to him about maybe like 2 weeks ago, about a month ago. And my godson, he called me like, you need to sit down. What do you mean sitting down? I was doing get ready to do a live and stuff. And he said, yeah, my best friend got shot and he was in the house doing his homework. Just doing his homework. And you're right. Our kids is getting shot for years and years. I've been talking about, I know people ain't gonna believe me, but I don't care. I've been talking about this for years. That our kids getting shot, little boys getting shot, little girls get shot. I be actually tell parents, I say you cannot let your kids go outside any way they want to. You got to be out there. Sometimes when I take out the garbage, sometimes be like 10, 11 o'clock, they still in the street playing. Where your parents at? Knocking on the door. No, it's too late for that. But I say, why you having your kids out here? I said, do you see cars circling around? Circle around where I'm at. And I'm like, sometimes the guy, we chase him down. And it's frustrating because you got some that don't care. Playing in the street, 10, 11 o'clock at night, and you let your child go up and down the street.
Yeah, well,
Just like that.
That's a parenting issue.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a parenting issue, but I'm saying it gets big. It goes to get big. It gets bigger than that. You know what I mean? And it's so a brother like me and some sisters, we you know what I'm saying, I'm not throwing up my hands. I'm still going to fight. But it has to be a collective battle. It has to be a collective conversation. It really is. And
We had to
kids get
position
shot.
ourselves. We had to position ourselves. Because one thing about them, they real organized when it come to meeting and different things. And a lot of people don't understand the money they get in the inner city for poverty and drugs and killing and stuff. Those Caucasians coming in the inner city, making those nonprofit organizations and making money off of what happened in the inner city.
Yeah.
And a lot of that's not being addressed. So we tear all that stuff down, even down to the board education. This year in our district, they got $26 million. And still our kids still reading books from 5 years ago.
Yeah. It's down here.
And they
Same
just
thing in
got the
Virginia too.
laptops because the coronavirus. See, stuff, because I ran for board education, stuff I'm hitting, but I mean, come on, you can't do but so much. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm bringing these men to the table. I'm the only girl. We still need underrated. I need your email too. We still need other people in New York City, Kingston, different places, Bear Mountain, West Point, to get together because we tearing down the whole New York State.
I know
We're not playing.
Newburgh was a real shit show.
And that's why I was born and raised at Newburgh. And then let me tell you something, they done turned that around. The white people got that sold up.
Yeah, I remember Newburgh was pretty rough up there, man.
Back in the 80s, yeah.
Pretty rough in Newburgh.
Even up there oscillating too.
Yeah, I mean, New York's got its issues, and people don't understand about New York. When they think New York, they think New York City, but New York City is a very small part of New York, man. I mean, New York has, because you got upstate, because that's where all that shit is. Like you go to Poughkeepsie, Orange County, Newburgh, all that kind of shit, Hudson Valley, all that's up there. All that's
but it depends. But you know what?
Some of those spots are crazy.
It depends. See, New York, and you got Newburgh, like where I live at, is by the waterfront, but they done took the waterfront. Then you go to across town, that's where all the shooting and stuff at. See, it's different areas. You know what I'm saying? In upstate, the different areas. But the waterfront, they got the whole where I live at. They got this whole spot just wired up. No blacks can't even buy no property here no more.
Is that the answer though? Is that the answer? Like,
no, but it's not the answer. Cause back in the 80s when we could have bought the properties and stuff, my brother, he got a barber shop. My sister had a salon. They ain't want to invest in nothing. And now my family, we ready to leave. We got 55 acres down south. We ready to build on our great grandfather land.
So
because
where
this,
you at?
I mean,
Where
come
you
on.
at, New York?
I'm in Newburgh, New York. I'm upstate New York by waterfront.
Oh, you in Newburgh? Okay, you in Newburgh.
By the waterfront.
Okay.
By Grand Street, where the historic area.
Historic Newburgh. I'm familiar with it. I used to live upstate. I lived in Hudson
with George
Valley
Washington and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, that's yeah.
Yeah, I lived in Hudson Valley for a while, man. Up in the mountains, got them 1,300 feet elevation where it's like 9 months of winter and shit.
Oh,
I could walk right by Hudson River. Well, I
you
could
live
walk right
towards
by
like
Hudson
Catskill
River.
Mountains.
Like 9 months of winter. But let me go to modern day brother.
But I'm gonna go down and
okay.
I appreciate y'all. Okay. But I'm definitely want your information and stuff. And these brothers, they ain't playing. I mean, they grade the banks and everything. They ain't playing.
I'll put my email in the chat, and it's also
I already did that, Sheila E. Too. You can check it out.
And I appreciate it. Cause we having a meeting tomorrow on Zoom. So if y'all could zoom in, it's gonna be at 7.
Okay.
So
I'll put my email in the chat, and you can hit me up. You know, if you got something that you want to bring one of the New York big wigs up here, we will definitely host them because that's what we do here.
Yeah. Where we at now?
Who, me?
You still? You're not in New York,
North Carolina. No, I'm in North Carolina.
That's I'm relocating at North Carolina.
I've been here for 6 years. So
my sister have a house there. It's beautiful there in Charlotte.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm in the Queen City. I'm in Charlotte.
Oh wow!
I've been here for 6 years.
And your house is done. Your house is done. Went up 3 times. She paid 100 and something for hers. Now that house worth like 4 something.
Yeah, the real estate market here is booming. But Charlotte, the Queen City is a money city. I mean, you got 3 or 4 different bank headquarters that are here. So there's always going to be construction. There's always going to be homes being built. I mean, real estate down here is booming. They call themselves trying to model it. They're trying to make it a little Atlanta, but I don't think it's going to happen. But they're trying though. They're trying.
I don't like it. It's too much traffic, too much highway. I like the country setting. But I'm off, and I'm gonna get y'all email. Write it down. All right.
Peace.
Okay. Good night.
Peace.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, I don't. I see modern day brothers saying that crime is driven by people who are living in very dense, impoverished environments. And I believe that. But I also don't believe that poverty is an excuse for crime. I think poverty is the motherhood of crime. I think it is the motherhood of crime. But I don't think it's an excuse for crime.
Me and him going, I absolutely agree with you. I'm just looking at the data. I'm looking at everything from a sociological point of view. And we can use Latin America, for example. When you look at some of the highest crime cities and countries with some of the highest crime rates, most of them are not black. But if you look at the social inequality, if you look at how marginalized some of these groups are, that's going to create a certain element of crime. I'm not sitting here saying that everybody born in those environments are going to commit crime. I'm just saying you're going to create that element. Like there was a study done. I wish I'll find it for you when I mute back up. In 2011 and 12, they gave all these kids in Chicago summer jobs. These were some of the highest crime rated areas there, and crime went down almost 45-50%. That's the argument I make. That's the only argument I'm making for him. I'm not sitting here making the argument that everybody born in poverty is going to commit crime, but you are going to create that criminal element. It's just like if you go back to the 1920s and 30s before blacks even made it up here, to the Midwest and to the East Coast, it was the Jews and the Italians shooting up the place. Are we going to sit here and say that they were doing it because they had a cultural deficiency? I highly doubt that. Those cultures are known for family values, just like Latin America is known for family values. That's all I'm saying. But something I wanted to touch on with you, T.P.O.T. Something I'll sit here and say this. I don't think Black Lives Matter should sit here and honestly represent us. And I personally agree with you. I believe that to a certain extent, they're focused on the wrong things. Like I said, they should be focused more on in-house problems, especially when you're talking about economics and how we can uplift our people and our youth. But I mean, I think the reason why you really, and like the other brother said, I'm out here in the Kansas City area. We have a lot of talks, town hall meetings about ways to lower gun violence and those types of things. I just think that when it comes to that particular type of issue, it's such a complex issue to where a lot of people don't necessarily know how to fix it. Because I still say, like with single motherhood, like with crime, like with poverty, I still say those are all symptoms to our main problem, which is, the economics. That's all I want to say.
Well, I think economics.
I'm gonna mute up too. I'm gonna mute up.
Okay. I think economics has a little to do with it, but I mean, when you have such a high rate of children being raised in these environments with no men to give them guidance, counsel, training, instruction, I mean, you're asking for problems. And make no mistake, because I'm a true believer that if you go into the most crime-ridden areas of America and knock on 100 doors, at least 90 goddamn baby mamas gonna answer. You might run into maybe 10 daddies in there somewhere, but 90 baby mamas are gonna answer out of those 100 doors that you knock on in that crime-ridden place.
I don't disagree with you, T.P.O.T. I'm not disagreeing. Oh, I'm sorry, I cut you off. You finish.
Yeah, I mean that's what you're gonna run into. So I think this whole single motherhood shit plays a big part in why cities are so fucked up, why crime is so crazy, and why babies get shot and all this kind of nonsense. I think the single motherhood shit is because, see, let us be clear. When you have children, they're being raised by a bunch of women who probably don't want them, who probably don't know who their daddies is, who probably just kind of dropped them out and on to the next one. You can't tell me that the bulk of these kids are going to grow up to be productive people. It's hard to grow into a productive adult when you're being raised in a dysfunctional environment as a child, where you're beat, you're left home, your mom's on dope, she got men in and out the house and all some kind of nonsense. And we know that a lot of this shit goes on because a lot of these baby mamas, let's be honest, most of them don't just have, a bunch of babies by one guy. They got a bunch of babies by 4 guys, 5 guys, 6 guys, 7 guys. So we're talking about a person who is in the very throes of irresponsibility. Because if you got 6, 7 baby daddies, you are irresponsible motherfucker. Yeah, you're a very irresponsible motherfucker. So being that you're an irresponsible person, it's not like you're this irresponsible irresponsible with your old funk box, but when it comes time for you to come home and be with your children, you're Claire Huxtable. I don't believe that shit. If you're irresponsible in one aspect, you're probably irresponsible in many others. And being an irresponsible parent is a surefire way to raise irresponsible, dysfunctional, miscreant fucking kids. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I know there's a lot of, and I don't want to make this a political issue. I know there's a lot of conservatives that are against free over-the-counter what is called birth control. But I personally think that if we had something like that, that would cut down on that shit probably by 40 or 50%. And oh yeah. And I actually have a friend. She lives in St. Louis. She's in the health field. And she told me what blew her mind, because she goes around to a lot of places talking to women about, birth control, abortion, those types of things. And she said what blows her mind is how she has to explain to a 35, 36-year-old woman how to fucking use birth control. So I'd say a lot of it just comes down to trauma, but a lot of it also comes from just a lack of education, man. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, well, I'm a true believer that part of the problem, because I say this and people get mad with me because I say it when I'm offline and I say it when I'm online. I think that we as a people, we have proven that we want to be a people of single parenthood. We've proven it. This is what we want to do, right? Fine. I'm fine with us being that way. I just think the single parent needs to fucking change. I mean, we've tried the single mama shit. We've tried it. That's a failed experiment. So if we're going to be a people of single parenthood, it's time for the men to be the parents. It's time for men to get in there and take these goddamn kids from these hoes and raise them. Because me, I'm biased as hell anyway. I'm a true believer that a man, he could be goddamn living in the woods in a tree house, and his kid come to see him, his son come to see him on the weekends at the tree house, and they swing from vines with banana leaves over their damn genitals. I think that kid learns more there on the weekend than he would learn at his mama house in her mansion in fucking Beverly Hills some fucking where. That kid will learn more going to see his father, and his father lives in a fucking tent underneath the fucking overpass. He'll learn more over there in the tent with his old man than he will with his mama in the fucking mansion. That's what I believe. So it's time. I think that the children, and I go back to the children need to be raised by men from here on in. That if we did that, if all fathers of all children that are living, that is, and ain't in jail and shit like that, was to go and take those kids and raise them, in 5 to 10 years, you will see a drop in out of wedlock births. You will see a drop in crime. You will see a drop in all kinds of shit. Just like that. Just like that. Because if you got women raising most of the fucking children, this is what we're going to have, man. I mean, these are the results. We see it. We see the fucking results. We see the results. You understand? These dead babies behind me. It's the results of women raising children. So we have to stop. We have to stop these women from raising these children, man. That's the only way. None of that other shit is going to count. It's not. We can start all these programs and do all this other bullshit. Yeah, that shit will make a little dent in it, but as long as women have control of the majority of the children in black society, there's always going to be pockets of black society that's going to be fucked up. As long as women have total control over these children. That's just what it's going to be. I mean, we can come up with 500 different scenarios about, how we need to get in there. We need to revamp. We need to do this. We need to do that. Man, long as these women are controlling the bulk of the children, we're always going to have Chicago's. We're always going to have the Fifth Ward of Texas. We're always going to have Brooklyn. We always going to have the Detroits. We always going to have the fucking St. Louis's. We always going to have the fucking Baltimores. We're always going to have it. We're going to have it because women are not equipped, man, to groom responsible people. Most of them aren't.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with you. And the only reason why I'm bringing up the, the policy and the economics, because I mean, I understand what you mean when you say, yeah, you need more men in these households to do this and do that. But I'm just saying, in the type of
no, we don't need more men in the household. I'm fine because that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
You're talking about raising.
I'm talking about the fucking kid living with the goddamn father.
But hey, T.P.O.T, let me ask you this.
I don't think in this generation, I don't see that happening.
Of course it's not. Of course it's not. Because there's money tied to it.
And even when you bring up the single motherhood, man, and we can go, I mean, we got to understand exactly how we got there because of that. I mean, you could sit here and bring up the laws that were on the books that kicked the father out the household and forced black women, quote unquote, to choose welfare. But I also look at it from this standpoint. I'm not blaming black men because of how marginalized they were, but let's just look at it like this. If black men owned and controlled the resources in their community, if they had conglomerates, if they had businesses, if they were supporting other black men and supporting the people in their community in that type of fashion, there wouldn't have been no reason for black women to get on welfare and become single mothers.
But if you
you got to look at it from 1 second, T.P. I'll let you go. I don't want to be rude or anything. And then when you look at it from the aspect of a man not being able to provide for his children for whatever reason necessary, and then you have a woman who's working and she's all in his ear telling him he ain't shit, he's not a man, this and that, that can break a man's manhood down so low. That'll break him down so bad to what the dude would probably end up leaving, committing or committing a crime and ending up dead or in prison. So once again, no matter how you want to sit here and tie this, it all comes back to the fact that we are an economically marginalized people.
Now I can give you, I'll give you that we are economically disadvantaged to a degree. But when it comes to men, do you know that men on average that raise children by themselves make an average of $40,000 a year compared to a single woman who raises children by herself, and I think it's like $22,000 a year. So if men are taking care of the children are less likely to be living in poverty. They're less likely to be living in some fucked up neighborhood. They're less likely to be going hungry. They're less likely to be in abuse and shit like that, because these are where these things have the most prevalence. This is where they're most prolific. The abuse, the molestation, the children getting killed, and the neglect. This shit is happening. The bulk of it happens where these women are raising these children. I don't think this is a coincidence. I don't think this is a coincidence, man.
I'm not saying it's a coincidence, T.P.O.T. Let me be clear. I'm not saying it's a coincidence. What I'm saying is this, and this has always been my position, because I'm from the school of Dr. Boyce Watkins and Dr. Claude Anderson. That's the school I'm from. I'm from the position that when you talk about black crime, when you talk about single motherhood, when you talk about black men versus black woman, when you start peeling back the layers, it all leads back to an economic issue. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying there wasn't a coincidence. And I know for a fact that there's laws on the books. That's why I'm saying I would love to see, and that's something I'm working on right now. I would love to see black men lobby more and come up with a political agenda so we can build something. And that will cause us, it'll be a ripple effect to where we have more stable communities. Because even if you do bring these men back in the household, if these guys are impoverished, unemployed, and they have no means to take care of themselves, well, these dudes are going to be out here either robbing or stealing anyway, because we're being squeezed. And I can tell you, because I lived out in the LA area, all the jobs, all the contracts are going to Hispanics and Latinos. They're not going to black men. If you go up to Silicon Valley right now or to San Francisco, who's taking over Silicon Valley? The Indians and the Chinese. They're even trying to push white people out of those industries. What do you think is going to happen to black men, even if you do put them in the household? It's going to be the same exact problem.
Well, let me ask you this. Then I want to go to Brother Renaissance. Let me ask, because he's been waiting patiently.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I've been chattering a lot, man. I apologize.
No. It's all good. It's all good. Do you believe that if, let's say, for instance, we have a policy change where they say, okay, if you have X amount of black people inside a city, X amount of black people, or should I say black men, X amount of black men need to be hired at X, Y, and Z place at X, Y, and Z rate. Now, that would be good for black men, right? Black men would get jobs and all that kind of stuff. But do you really think that kind of stuff, if we were to make it, say we were to make it, or the white power structure was going to make it so that black men got better jobs, black men had more access to education and vocational training and all that kind of stuff, trades, skilled trades. You give that to black men, and black men take advantage of it. Do you really think that would bring down single motherhood and in essence, because we know all this stuff correlates, bring down crime and shootings and killings and all that kind of shit? Do you really think that would be the case if you were to empower black men economically? If you empower black men economically, do you think that would have an effect on single motherhood, which leads to crime and all that other kind of shit?
Yeah, because I hear a lot of brothers sit here and say, and I don't want to go on a long spiel. I hear a lot of brothers say they want to bring black women back to the table. Well, if you have black men in these positions of power, like you're saying, you're going to have black women back at the table. So yes, that's just my opinion. Okay. Like I said, it'll be a ripple effect.
Okay.
I'll mute up now. I've been talking too much, T.P.O.T. I apologize.
That's all good, man. It's all good. Brother Renaissance, man, what you got for us, man?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Pull the trigger.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to come up. We a little bit in the chat, and I guess a little bit on the panel, got into a little bit of discussion about the politics or culture, what drives the black community where it is. I did want to mention one thing you were pointing out. You were saying that you thought if the men took the children, there would be better outcomes. I can get with some of that. The one thing I sort of have to kind of push back on in the sense is, how did those women become single mothers? I think it's a little bit, how can I say it? A little bit optimistic to assume if we just took every ratchet baby mama out there and gave the child to the father, there might be some improvement, but I still think you're going to have a big problem because of the man who chose that woman and the woman who chose that man.
Yeah, well, I don't believe that a man can force a woman to be a single mother. And as far as, now, don't get me wrong. Of course, there's people out there, you got a dude who's got 15, 20 baby mamas. All right. So obviously he's an irresponsible person. We're not talking about the irresponsible motherfuckers. You got 15, 20 baby moms. You're just an irresponsible motherfucker. All right. You're very irresponsible with your penis. Okay. You're very irresponsible. But I'm talking about the competent brothers. I'm talking about the brothers who actually want to be in their children's lives. I'm talking about the brothers who actually are willing to sacrifice. Because see, one thing about us men, more often than the fucking women, I mean, when our kids come along, we'll sacrifice. We'll make the sacrifice. We'll move. We'll get a bigger house. We'll get a bigger car. We'll get a better job. The average rank and file guy, once kids start to come in, that shit causes him to grow up a bit, even if he's young. Like I said, he'll get a better job. He'll get a bigger house. He'll get a different car. He'll, move to another state. He'll do all that kind of shit. A man is more likely to sacrifice when it comes to his children. I mean, especially black. Yeah, exactly. Brother Nate, according to the CDC, black fathers are the best fathers. When they are involved in their children's lives, they beat out Asians, Latinos, and white folks when they are involved. I think when we talk about the fathers of children who ain't worth a shit, I think that's a very, very small number. But see, this is the problem. The fathers that ain't worth a shit have a tendency to have the most kids. Let me say this again. The fathers who ain't worth a shit have a tendency to have the most kids. Why? Because these are the guys with 5 and 10 and 15 baby mamas.
And T,
They are the dudes.
If you read that study, it also says like 55% of black fathers actually live with their children. So the majority of black men who have kids live with their children. That's something a lot of people forget.
Well, believe it or not, most black men on this fucking in this country don't even have children. I think about 52% of black men as a collective don't have children. Don't even have any children. So there's that. Then when you break it down to the 55% of that other percentage that does have children live with their children. They're either cohabitating or they're married or they're whatever. You have a very small number of black men who are out there spreading seeds all over earth. All right.
But do you think they're responsible for the majority of the dysfunction in the community then? Because that's kind of where it goes, is that, hey, if they're out here having the most kids, if all we're gonna do is take the kids from the mother and give it to this irresponsible dude spreading this seed who's responsible for all these kids running around in the community, then we're gonna have an issue.
Well, we can't do that with the dude that has 20 baby mamas. We can't give all 20 kids to him. We can't do that, because that's not gonna work out. Because more than likely, these dudes who got 15 and 20 baby mamas, these are the dudes who ain't doing shit. These are the dudes who living in their grandma attic and shit. It's not the guys who got a decent career, got a decent job and all that shit. He ain't got 25 baby mamas. It's usually the motherfucker living at his grandma's house, living in grandma's basement. More often than not, motherfucker unemployed, unemployed. He ain't got a fucking job. So all he do is run around and fuck hoes. That's why he got 25 kids. All he do with his life is run around and fuck hoes. That's all he do. Then you look up 25 kids. What's that story? I know I reference it a lot. Down there in Tennessee, I think between 3 guys, they had 70, 80, 90 children. 3 fucking dudes. 3 dudes.
So you're not advocating for taking these kids from the mothers and giving them to the well-behaved, and giving them to the upstanding black men? Are you doing that either?
No, not giving it to the motherfucker with he got 30 kids.
No. I'm saying giving them to the upstanding black man either. You don't want to do that either, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So if you are a competent man, stand-up type of dude, you're goddamn right. I want you to have your baby.
Oh, no. I meant you didn't want to take these kids and give them to these dudes who don't have any kids. And that's sort of like a mentoring type of thing then.
Hell no. Because see, that shit sounds good. Everybody talk about, you need to get in there and mentor and all this kind of bullshit. But see, this is the thing, man. This is what I believe. All right. I believe that the best mentors for your children is not some motherfucker coming from outside of the community coming in. I believe the best mentors for those children who their fathers have made it painfully obvious that they don't want to be bothered with the children is because these girls, they have uncles, they have grandfathers, they have older cousins, they have all that kind of shit going on. So somebody from the outside shouldn't have to come in there and do it. All right. When you got all these other men around, you understand what I'm saying? I mean, if you're a single mama and you got a son, I'm a true believer. Once that little joker start to walking and talking, it's time for you to give that son to your father, to his father, to your grandfather, to your brother, to your uncle, because he's just going to stand a better chance than just being with you. He's going to stand a better chance. All right.
No, that's fair.
Nothing's foolproof, but he's going to stand a better chance of growing up to be a productive man if he's living with your father or his father. If he want him, if that man want that boy to come live with him, give the kid up, woman. He's going to do a better job than you. He just is. If he wants that kid, he's going to do a better job. Even if it's his first kid and it's your fifth,
Facts.
he's still going to do a better job than you. He just is.
Yeah.
I mean, and women don't understand that for whatever reason, but that's just the truth, man. And we've been joined by my man T.P., my brother. Always a pleasure to have you up here, man. It's been a while, brother. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. I've been in the dojo, family. How you doing?
I know, man. I know you always in there, man. People can listen to your voice and tell you stay in there. You stay in the dojo. What's good with it, man? What you got for us, man?
Man, there's a lot to say on this topic, but I just want to make sure that we keep some honesty about the fact that, there is both the macro and a micro conversation to be had about the situation we have here. It's not like we've just got a slew of irresponsible people, right? But that aren't being enforced by policies that are making it possible. So like what I mean by that is there's an environmental component where we've got the single mother issue across the country, but it's exasperated with us because these laws make it possible for them to be supported in ways where traditionally there would have been no support. So these same things that are supporting the single mothers are specifically aimed at women. When you look at the way the laws are skewed and the profit motives behind there, you learn about the child support court hustle. But then we fast forward, back to the accountability issue. If she decides to have a kid, it's because she decided to have the kid. But if the man doesn't want to have the kid, he has no choice in the matter. She does, all the way up to, in some states, up to the 8th and 9th month. It's crazy. And when she does, she's got economic options that can give her food. She's got economics that can provide for housing. She's got economic options that can provide her education. She's got economics that can actually give her business loans. There's economic options that will actually forgive student debt. There's grants that are available just off the strength of her being Black and female. The list goes on. And then when you go to the other side of that and you compare, what do Black men actually have? Those same Black men we were talking about that want to be responsible, that do have the means available to take care of their children and want to be in their children's lives, literally have to fight the system tooth and nail. And a lot of the men that are sitting here right now that are single fathers that actually have any measure of influence over their kid's life had to fight to get that, or the woman that they're with chose not to. And this is just the baseline across the board. I mean, if we're not honest about all of these changes that have been done to completely foster this environment, it's going to be hard to actually address some of these things. So when you've got, a prophet of thought is saying, look, give the kids to the father, we already know the math behind that. That's not like some sort of excuse or anything. I mean, it's just the bottom line is all the metrics everywhere you measure show that the children do better when the father has an influence. And unfortunately, the father has been largely delegated in modern American society by the state, but in particular in the Black community. And there's a lot of dysfunction that creates feedback loops to that and leaves a permanent damage loop from events we've gone through, like the crack era. And, we all know the history, but, and I'm saying this to lead up to a piece of legislation that got signed the other day. Well, it's not legislation. It is it's an HR. We'll put it in the chat if that's okay with you, Brother T.O.P.
Go ahead, brother.
So there's a commission that's being done right now. It just got signed by Trump, but it's been in the making for a while now to target a lot of the problems that Black boys and men are facing right now. I know you hear about Dr. T.S. Johnson talk about a lot of these things where he really gets into the issues that are going on the political scale and really on the power scale, with Black men not being recognized as a legitimate demographic or even a voter bloc. We're not taken seriously at all. You know, we've suffered greatly from a lot of the political moves that have come out of intersectional feminism. And when we look at, yeah, this right here. When we look at a lot of the things that have affected us on a political scale, you know, we run into this problem of being classified as either a minority or classified as Black as an aggregate. Meanwhile, Black women are able to enjoy not only a voter bloc recognition, but they're recognized as their own political socio-economic group. And you can see it when you start going down the line and seeing where these positions of power are being filled and occupied. You know, there's Black women that are literally on every measurable scale of power you can think of. And irrespective of who they may be working for on an intrinsic level, they're still there. You know, I'm here in Dallas, man, and I'm still reeling from that ridiculous case where with a Black chief of police and a Black judge, we got to see this white chick walk up into a Black man's house, mistaken off-duty, quote, mistaken being in the wrong apartment, and just shoot this man to death and get hugs and a pat on the back, and is appealing her case now.
Yeah, and it'll probably win her damn appeal.
No one's talking about it. I mean, I think I heard something recently about this chief of police is finally resigning because apparently she's got a whole laundry list of things she's been effing up, especially with the protest that's been going down. But yeah, man, this is information that we kind of need to get out there because we keep having these conversations the way intersectional feminists have postured this. And I have to bring this out as it sounds for what it sounds like, because it has hijacked the entire infrastructure at this point. All the teachers that most of us as millennials and zennials have been given were individuals that were educated under intersectional feminists, which follow not only the Duluth model, which pretty much assigns all kinds of negativity to having a Y chromosome, in other words, being male, but it makes an assumption that, you know, you're super aggressive and have this toxic masculinity by virtue of being Black and male. And so they run with this double negative narrative for Black women, which social dominance theory, social dominance order has completely blown out the water by bringing light to this concept of subordinate male, which Black men fall under, because we are not part of the group that runs the society. And as a result, as an outsider male, you're treated with intrinsic hostility. So it's not a surprise we see Black men are on the bottom of every measurable metric of power. And when we have these conversations, man, bootstraps aren't going to fix it. It is systematic, but there are laws that have been done either benevolently or, you know, maybe it was an agenda behind it, but for whatever reason, they're in place and they're causing these immediate interceptions of power that never reach us.
It was an agenda.
I mean, I'm not going to deny that. I'm just saying that just so we can focus on the topic, because we can get into how, because I got my opinions on that. I think that's a whole COINTELPRO issue, which is how they got rid of the Black Power movement anyway. And I wanted to tie that into what the general was really kind of saying and give a slight bit of support for his statement. And just boomers in general, just remember that the reason why the formula was messed up back then is because you literally had the FBI create an entire new organization to sabotage all of that. And the one place Black folks have always been weak at, and it's in dealing with our mothers. That's literally been the line of effect that a lot of these issues have gone straight through. They were the ones that bought into this idea of, you know, intersectionalism, believing that men weren't there to support them. It already was enforcing this idea that, you know, because Black men couldn't be trusted and we didn't have a track record, that you had to empower your daughters, you know, and this creates a very serious trickle down effect that really is what we're recovering from. You know, we haven't been socialized to lead and be leaders. And when we do succeed, it's as if we succeed in spite of the community not because of it. I mean, we all know examples of it. Some people in my family are. I'm one. I know a lot of people in the sphere are. But there's a reason why when we take a step back and out of our anecdotal experience and look at the experience as a whole that Black America is going through, there's a lot going on. Part of getting us in a position we need to be at, that we should be at, is looking at, you know, how has prior policies really contributed towards Black men, one, not even being recognized, and two, being in a position to where they can get that mobility. You know what I'm saying? And I know, you know, equality, I'm not a fan of that word. I don't think equality should be the thing. I believe more in equilibrium. But in order to get that equilibrium, you have to have a point of initiation, you know, that requires recognition of your status in a system that requires other people to have a classification and status. And if we don't get ours pushed out there and recognized, I don't see how this changes. Now, we've got a lot of opportunities, obviously, but this status quo ain't working. And we really need to start thinking about this in a different way if we want to get a different result at the end of the day. I really think people need to go back and pay attention to what Claude Anderson was talking about with powernomics. You know, we need to first recognize yourself as a legitimate classification as Black men and go from there. Because if we don't help the boys to learn how to become men, we are doomed in this next paradigm that's on the way. It's not even going to be a contest.
Yeah, we're screwed. We're screwed.
Yeah, to bite off of what you said. I remember I watched that interview that he had. I believe it was in 1996, where he said by 2012, I believe, Black people would be a permanent underclass. I mean, if you look at some of the metrics, you can make an argument that we're already there as a group of people.
Well, I'm a draw delineation to prove the point. I disagree with that. I don't think Black people are going to be a permanent underclass. I think Black men are going to be a permanent underclass.
I was going to say that. I was going to say that. Yes.
Because when I look at the scales of power, Black women fit every single category. And you know what the main pushback for this bill is? Like across the board. You know what the main pushback is?
What, there's nothing in there for females?
There we go.
Pushback.
They're upset that this says Black men and not Black people.
And folks out there, y'all need to check this out. Brother T and P done brought it to our attention. It's HR 1636. It's the Commission on the Social Status of Black Men and Boys Act. Let me repeat it for you Negroes. It's the HR 1636 Commission on the Social Status of Black Men and Boys Act. You need to get out there and check this thing out, because I done already say this shit to my computer because I plan on reading this shit later.
Yeah, so Trump just signed it. And Green Gorilla brought that up. You know, shout out to the G with the PhD when we were over in Dr. Tia Sans Johnson stream earlier today. And I wanted to do some research on the people who helped draft the bill. But, you know, I just wanted to make sure I, offer that little bit, because it's not like there's nothing we can't do. But sitting here and using shaming language or, going through these same loops isn't fixing anything. But there are things we can do. There's a lot of potential in us. And that's just it. Maybe almost too damn much, because maybe that's why a lot of us don't move. But we got to know the right moves to make. And the right moves to make is to learn how to play this game, which is about identity politics, at least for the time being. And unless you develop a stopgap strategy so that we can posture ourselves better to be where we should be, we're going to keep losing. And every time we lose now, we're losing exponentially.
TNP, are you basically, I'm sorry if I just said your name wrong, man. Are you basically saying that Black men need an agenda, a political agenda, basically?
Absolutely. We need an agenda predicated on every measure of those metrics of power. No question. Like that's not even up for debate. It's not. And if we don't make the agenda, someone else is going to make it for us. An idea that pisses me off, because I know as an individual, I'm not down for that shit. And I don't care where you go, even if you identify as being independent, like, and I don't mean politically independent, I just mean in general, you are still a satellite of the Black community, whether you want to be or not. There's no escaping it. You're caught in its gravity. We don't get the advantage of being American while everybody else gets to use their leverage as their classification to ground themselves and pursue power. I really posit that the biggest problem we have as Black men is the fact that the entire country is terrified if we get into a position of authority because it believes we will do to them what was done to us. Case in point, period. Including us, which is family.
I think that's always going to be a concern in this country. Because make no mistake, I mean, everybody knows the history of this country and Black folks, especially Black men. So the last thing they want to do is see Black men with a power base because they think Black folks are going to wreak their vengeance from it. And some of us just might. Who knows? God damn it. Some of us just might. If we get enough power, we just might. But I mean, the thing with many of us as Black men, I think one of the biggest problems we got is that we kind of can't get our heads around that, a lot of us think different. Many of us may want the same things. We may have the same goals, but even with that, our reasons for wanting the same things and achieving the same goals may differ. And I think that's a part of the problem.
We're not monolithic.
Yeah, we're never going to be that. I mean, that's never going to happen.
Well, here's the issue with that statement.
But I mean, like, I'm gonna put it to you like this. When you talk about Black women, it's much easier for them, in my opinion, to come together and get things done compared to Black men, because Black women, regardless of their background, they're a lot more monolithic than we are. I'm not saying that we have to be 100% monolithic, but I would have to say that we have to be at least 70 or 60%.
Well, yeah, but this is how we get like the dual issue with us, right? Like, the problem is we don't see each other as a monolith, but everybody else does. Yeah. And that's when we start dealing with the self-perception versus the actual perception versus the way everybody else sees us. And the problems we have are not based on how we see each other, but how everybody else does, at least right now, the way I observe it. Because when somebody picks up the phone and they want to call the police on any of us, when the dispatcher asks, give me a description of the individual, what are they saying?
Black.
And like, you don't got no control over that. So this is what I mean. And like, with this word comes an entire portfolio of characteristics, ideas, and presuppositions that just get heaped on. And you're instantly in defensive mode, regardless of what happened. You could even be the one calling the police. You're still gonna be, big ass question mark. So this is what we're talking about. This is the absolute and relative button heads all over the damn place. So if we understand that much, at least, it should be an understanding that as Black men, we've got different rules to operate off of. And we need to start taking more advantage of these things, these laws that are in place, and start pushing back against how we're getting intercepted, and speak up as being Black men as a classification. I think the worst thing we can do is legitimately walk away from that when we're being charged for it.
Well, do you think that Black people, us as a people, will we be able to deal with the fact that, because no matter what changes take place, whether they give us Wakanda, whether we buy a state or we buy a town or we buy a city, we buy an island, we run it ourselves, we do all that kind of shit. At the end of that, we know that a lot of us are not going to be part of it, right? Obviously. So are Black people going to be cool with the fact that some of us have this island? We got this, we got this island that we own, and we got our own police force, and we got our own, I'm just speaking hypothetically. We got our own police force. We got our own military to protect it. We got our own food supply. We got our own infrastructure. We got our own sanitation. We got all that shit going on, Not all 40 million of us are going to be on that island.
I'm
Not
okay
all
with that.
So am I. So am I.
I mean,
'Cause
I've been talking about separating. I'll be honest.
Some of us don't belong there.
Yeah.
Some of us don't belong on the island. We
Agreed.
don't belong there. Now, other people will say, "Oh, well, we gotta bring everybody." No, the fuck we don't.
Not possible. It's
But-
not
No.
possible.
But
No,
here's
we
here's
don't.
here's the issue with all of that. I'll use an illustration that I got from I guess popular anime. The situation was this dude was, how do I want to phrase this? Well, the question was posited: what's the difference between the king and his horse? And the comparison was being made about how the horse may be physically stronger, and yeah, you can make the argument of intelligence and whatnot, but when you get over the physical characteristics, the difference between the horse and the difference between the king is the instincts inherent in both. There's a reason why, irrespective of the physical strength, the king's riding the horse. And we boil down to culture, in a word. Our values are so warped right now as a group that even if we got Wakanda, we would turn it into a hood at this point. Not because of our intelligence, not because of a lack of physical capability, not due to a lack of anything other than our lack of a running culture that knows how to literally attain power, maintain it, and project it into the next generation. The overwhelming majority of us suffer disproportionately from that. And any of the issues we do have seem to be rooted in this. And until we really take a lot of steps to not only separate, but address that, I don't know, fam. I don't know. I really don't. And I think a lot of it is, our environment. I think a huge portion of it is our environment, because I look at how we operate individually. But we know culture is passed on through the women. And I don't know if we can do that here. I don't know if we got to move to Africa. I don't know if we have to wait until shit gets so bad that state support is impossible. But we need to really take a hard look at what we hold as important to us, and look at what are we going to do long term. I mean, we're looking at a point right now where in the next 3 weeks, people are not only going to start not having eviction coverage, they may not even pass this bill for the budget.
Yeah.
And if they don't pass this budget, do you know how many things are getting shut down, like hardcore, like they did in the end of 2018? Stacked on top of COVID, stacked on top of not getting the stimulus.
You're talking about large scale civil unrest.
Well, I mean, what I mean is a lot of things are going away and they're not coming back. Yeah. And it's the people that have prepared that have inertia in that direction that are going to make it. And we're still here as a group arguing over, whether or not people should even form families and submit and having relationship issues.
Focused on the wrong stuff.
Well, it's not that it's the wrong thing. It's the timing's jacked up. Like the environment doesn't give us the time right now to sit down and to have to deal with this basic stuff. It's like we're in a race and we're worried about our shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Art. Also, salute, fam.
What's good, brother Art? What you got for us, man? Pull the trigger.
Yeah, man. I just taking a break. I guess it's a full nighter right now, but I think the thing that we have to be reminded of, that we're a new concept of a people. We're not, the reason why it's frustrating to most people about comparing to Chinese and all these other people was because they have a lineage. They have their own language, their culture, and all that kind of stuff. They got all of that, where our stuff is pretty much making lemonade out of lemons. And last time I checked, after slavery, we didn't have like a insurance policy. We didn't sit in the what do you call it, the psychiatrist chair to figure out how does it feel to be a slave.
Facts.
We
no debriefing whatsoever.
We didn't have all that, but we got this far, which is miraculous, because average person would hang themselves, even though they would hang themselves, but they hung us, while trying to raise children and stuff like that. I think
mainly we have to really go take the steps of really understanding that we all have a common cause. I do stand by what I see. The stuff that I hear a lot of people talk about is self-hate. So that means that you kind of, there is some shame as far as being black. And then on top of that, nobody can really define what is black anymore. Either you're rah-rah, or you Malcolm, or you Martin. Nobody really has a strong definition of black, because we see things in different ways of what black is, and other people see things of what black is. And what's so sad about that is that their ideal of black, they still trying to force it upon us, but we're trying to tell them, no, that's not all of us.
Mm-hmm.
So until we can come together, and like you guys were just saying earlier, put away all the fluff, and the part where I do understand when people come on these platforms that it's not about white, I hope they're talking about mainly that's not should be their main focus on why they should make it. Because when you have a common enemy, when that enemy is gone, then what?
Right. You're next. And that's how it's always gone. I mean, and you can see it in their culture. Like, they've already been through this song and dance too. It's just that with fourth wave industrialism, it's interesting seeing how the entire conversation is being had without black folks, and it's being had without Africa. And you can kind of read between the lines and see where this is looking like. You got to ask yourself, do you belong to a group that's sending satellites in space? Do you belong to a group that has a corner in some kind of industry that can influence policy and make other countries want to cooperate with you? Like, our absence from the conversation is so overwhelming that we're in a position to where, and this scares the crap out of me, because I said this in 2008 and I've been trying to prove myself wrong. What would happen to the United States if every single black person that has black as a classification just disappeared, just poof, gone? What would happen to the United States?
Well, that's the thing, is our energy. The fact that our energy is here, everything else is here. Everything exists. I mean, the fact that we're afraid of someone, they exist. The fact that we worship someone, they exist. You wouldn't even know that the devil exists if you call him the devil. You know what I'm saying? Is that if we're able to look at things on a larger scale, I mean, that's the thing. When I have my panels and I ask questions for a reason. And when I'm asking certain questions, I'm getting more like hot dog stand answers instead of corporate answers. And we're supposed to be thinking much higher of ourselves, even if we don't have it in our grasp. It's supposed to be in your mind to where you're supposed to be able to capture it once it gets to you. And that's one of my main concerns for people as great as we are. We don't think big enough. We don't think on larger scales. I think that's what we need to start on.
I think I see where you're coming from with that statement, and I'll say that I won't disagree with it, but I will also say that there are other groups of people where if they did disappear, they would be crippled in certain ways to be able to compete on the global scale the way they want to. And I want to bring power into the equation and conversation, because what you're talking about, Art, is influence. And we do have influence, irrespective of our position, which says so much about us as a people. Anybody else would have been obliterated by now. There's no question. I can't think of any other example of a group of people in history that have been through what we've been through, the way we went through, and still got to be them at the end of the day. I can't think of one. And with that said, it's like we're still not taking our position right now on the ground serious enough. I don't think we're taking it serious enough. I don't think we understand what we have to lose, because we are so damn strong that we can get by on our own without needing each other's help. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, it's the fantasy part, and the mothers, like you were saying, the mothers pretty much has drunk the Kool-Aid. They need to spit that shit out.
They really do, because if you don't help these boys, it's over.
Yeah, it's over. I mean, these young boys, man, they gotta. I mean, these young boys, they need men, and I say again, you know, the men that are in these families, man, and these women have these children. I mean, convince them. I mean, brainwash them, do something. Cause that's what I'm doing. I mean, at the end of the year, I'm bringing my nephew and my grandson to come live with me. All right, and then I didn't even ask. I just said this is what it's gonna be.
Yeah,
You know,
but I don't.
this is what it's going to be, and I think this is what we need to do, man. We need to start taking care of our own little communities before we start trying to take care of the bigger community. We got to take care of our little communities first, and then we can branch out and start taking care of these other communities, man. Because let's be honest, it's hard for us. How are we going to get along with someone who lived down the block, across the street, around the corner, when most of us we don't even get along with the motherfuckers that we live with? So I mean, how we gonna now go out and get along with the people on the block, the people in the city, the people in the state, in the town? How we gonna do it? We first got to figure out a way to get along with the people who live in the same four walls as us.
It reminds me, man, like I said earlier, about being a new concept of a people or a race or whatever it is. You know, you got people using religion to identify themselves. You got people using groups to identify themselves when there's no clear bloodline.
Right.
You know, we're constantly trying to reinvent ourselves. Like the black women, either they're gonna be the corporate woman, the homemaker, the roundaway girl, or the thought. You know, you got all that reinvention just to fit in society. You got black men that's either going to be what do you call it, a wrist bender, a pookie, I mean, we have all these different things just to fit in, but yet we're expecting people to come together and come to a consensus. This is the part where we have to start being honest about your strength and your weaknesses. Once you're able to acknowledge that, then you should be able to make sure that the puzzles fit when you get in these groups so that you know your place and know your role. That is one of our biggest issues.
I would ask, you know, where do people find these models from of example? Like, and this is where I go back to culture. And I'm so frustrated because I wish we talked more about Reconstruction. I really wish we as a group would revisit what we did immediately after slavery because it was working. And oh, my bad, B.M.T. I didn't see you was here.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Here's where I always sound like an asshole, because when I brought up the young ladies in Georgia that were buying property. I brought that up. And I'm like, well, when we say, well, it's going to go to the white man, I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, that's defeatist talk. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I get, okay, you got to pay taxes. Congratulations. But at the end of the day, when you walk into a settlement that's a settlement, that's your own. Keyword, what is it? Your own. You understand me? Like, you got your own embassy, where if you get tired, you go and rest your head. You can go self-govern and do for yourself, but it may not. It's like when we got our first apartment. Yeah, it's not as good as mom and dad's house, but it was your apartment. It was your place. And the thing about it is, I don't compare my doggone shit. I don't care to try to be as good as the white man. I'm my own man. So when people keep saying, well, listen, man, I don't always like to get nasty in these streets, but I understand time for nice is done. It's like either you're going to compete in the education field, the job market field, or the goddamn or the economic field. But keep telling me we can't. See, that's when people start saying, then just don't talk to me. And you know, you're going to be at that point where, and I had this talk with I forgot, I think it was on Arch panel, where Chicken George's son, one of them wanted to travel. Y'all remember that scene? I want to go travel.
That was Tom.
One said he wanted to travel, and the other one said, where are you going to go? You don't know nothing but how to farm. And they said, well, man, I'm tired of doing that. He said, okay, but guess what? You know how to do that. Take what you got and work your way up. But see,
it's never enough. Like, damn it, man. I know I'm not gonna get to the 40 acres and a mule goddamn buildup. But damn it, I gotta start building from scratch from what I don't have or what has already I don't have time to keep complaining. And I get what you're saying about the Reconstruction. But if you ain't trying to participate in a build of any sort, you don't get reason to talk your shit to me.
But here's the thing that will really sum all that up, B.M.T.
Yeah.
People got to know their place.
Uh-oh.
When they know their place, then they'll know where to fit in and get the job done.
Yeah, because I don't think anyone was trying to dissuade that we or present the image that we couldn't do anything. When I made mention of the Reconstruction era, it was strictly in looking at what was done correctly and avoiding what was done wrong. And people don't really talk too much about that era, and it's probably the least covered era in U.S. history as far as a formal education is concerned, public education. And so we don't get to see a lot of the examples of what built up to the rise. And that was important because we did that at a time period where we had essentially nothing. And we built a lot. And there were certain principles we followed and adhered to, and we made it work, irrespective of the downsides we had. And right now, we're in a very similar position right now because, again, fourth industrialism and automation, we've got a way to level the playing field. I still see the biggest obstacle being things connected with gynocratic thinking and programming. I'm not saying anti-female things, I'm saying anti-gynocratic, and that's important because there's a mindset that's adopted to that, and that's what needs to be addressed. What needs to be addressed are the laws that created the bacterial petri dish that allowed a lot of this stupidity to proliferate. But a lot of the funding for a lot of these things are going to start disappearing anyway. So people need to be prepared for when that shift occurs, because there's going to be a lot of people totally assed out and have no clue how to survive these things. And I've already heard Brother T.O.P. talk about the tent cities going on where he's at. I'm seeing a lot of that stupidity in Texas already. We already know about California. It's gonna get worse. So with the opportunities to take advantage of the change and shift with computers and specifically getting into these new fields that'll be coming up, as long as people have internet connections, we can make something happen so that we can, again, link out and reach out to people who are on the ground trying to make some of these things occur.
And the thing that I wanted to throw back,
hold on a second. Hold on for 1 second. Let me ask you this, TMP. Then we'll go to Brother Art. You said right after slavery, coming into Reconstruction, do you think that we were able to build then because we were more monolithic then? Were we more monolithic in our thinking and our actions, how we operated?
I think it had more to do with
freedom.
It had more to do with the fact that we had a skill set, number one, right? So we knew how to make everything because we've been doing it on the plantation. So we were also entering into hostile territory. So when you're forced under those conditions, it's kind of like all the BS has to take a back seat. It's like you're going to have this argument or you trying to eat tomorrow. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of the drama goes away there, followed by, okay, here's a group of people that are now also stuck in the same position, and your identification card is your skin tone.
Now, the common cause was freedom.
So people needed, that's what I'm saying. People needed to come together to protect that. That was first and foremost. There was no plan B. There was no support by the state. There was nowhere to go. If you got an argument with the person you were with, you had to figure it out because there was nowhere to go. So that's what I mean when I say environment. So here you are, you're out there with nothing. You've got no choice. You've got nothing but yourselves, but you do have skills. What do? You aggregate, you cooperate, you network. And we ended up literally doing it better than everybody else that was around there. And there are a lot of different reasons as to why, but that was important. It was a combination of the skills and knowing you didn't have a choice. So when I fast forward this now to what's going on in the fourth industrial revolution, essentially, with the onset of automation and the onset of a lot of these businesses making shifts and whatnot, you know, the bar to entry is lower now. The accessibility is there, meaning people can develop the skills. The problem isn't the skills so much now, but the cohesion. People are too comfortable. They don't understand that they're in that same situation we were in essentially after Reconstruction. If we don't aggregate and come together and figure this out, we won't be able to compete, and we're already behind, especially Black men.
Yeah,
I see. The thing about it is, this is why I said COVID to me was a blessing more than a curse. And I remember some people were snickering, B.M.T, you're crazy, B.M.T. But I'm like, no, this is perfect. Because now you get to weed out the talking points of the strong who are like, I'm not going to complain. I'm just going to go do it. Versus those who are just going to wait and hope that they're going to build it and that they'll welcome them in. And this is what we got to see when we start talking about buying ammunition, how to make medical kits and stuff. And I was showing how to do sutures with knives and stuff, and going over policing. See, some of these things and what the brother was saying was correct. You know, you didn't have nobody else to blame but yourself after a certain point. And you know, I gotta be real. Like, yo, man, like, I'm not looking for salvation. I'm not looking for that white man to save me. I'm not. He's already scared out of his own damn mind, trying to hope that maybe if I can find a common enemy, my people might come together. See, that's how it works for unification. You got to find a common enemy. And the fact is, some people want to be in the master's house. Some people want to go out there and say, fuck it. I'm just gonna get it in the mud. And I'm not the come up guy. I'm not trying to get her out the streets. I'm not trying to rehab. No, you got just as much willpower just like me and anybody else out here. And see, when you're starting to tell people to do this stuff, they look at you like they'll start reading off the text of history to you. And I'm like, I get what happened. That's why I'm doing, because if you read history, then you're not supposed to repeat it. I believe that's how it's supposed to work out. Like, okay, I get that he did this, so I need to get ahead of the curve. Because right now, when the structure is in an economic collapse, then you need to doggone start building amongst those of like-minded people. I'm not trying to get you on my art. Noah didn't try to get everybody on art. He said, listen, if you want to help me build the art, help me build the art. If you're not, then shit, do you. I've been doggone doing back deals with people I never thought I would be good with. But you know, one thing they said, hey man, like, I got this, you got this. Can we make this work? Sure. Let's add it onto the boat. And you see, that's what's going to win the day. I'm telling you right now, before this election, you're going to know who's going to take the mark and who's ready to bend over. And so get comfortable if you want. Like I said, you got people that are buying land and putting up trailers. You got people who are getting into vegetation, livestock, learning how to flip houses, learning how to do loans. I'm going into homeschooling and teaching children now, as well as doing different training. You got different people. We don't have to tell what we do anymore. We're just going to silently do it and stock up our art.
There it is.
It is.
Shit.
You can't get everybody. You're not going to get everybody. And then and see, and the thing about it is, that's how it has to be. My grandfather said, and he was of a special type of man. Listen, I'm gonna give you a book. I'm gonna tell you about a book. Go look it up, research it for yourself, and when you're ready for that type of power, you'll go seek it out. And that's how it's gonna be. But when the doors close to the shelter or the goddamn settlements or whatever may happen, I hear nothing. And yes, we are getting at that level, because guess what? You're seeing this country fragment. People are forming up their own factions,
Well, it's
their
just
own
like prison,
goddamn
right?
belief. Huh?
It's just like prison, right? I mean, we're talking about something that's inherent in human nature at this point. Like, there's a reason. Also, welcome back, Art. There's a reason why, when you go into those positions where, again, you're facing direct adversity, you don't have control of the environment, people do that. Like, there is an entire hierarchy in prison, and it doesn't matter what prison you go to, it's the same thing. People organized by what? Race. Hands down. I don't know any prison I've ever heard of that doesn't have a de facto organization with regard to that. So this is something that it's not like somebody hands you a manual like, all right, you finna go over there with those dudes. Like, it's intrinsic and it's built in, and it's not only built in people's culture, it's like the result of you being human. And until we come to understand that, power aggregates in itself.
Well,
I don't know how you're gonna do anything.
The reason why I tried to pop in earlier to address, I think it was about after slavery or having being a monolith,
right?
Because that's why I'm trying to get in, but I'll see if I can remember. But I think that the common goal was to obtain freedom, absolute freedom, and you still had people that was trying to convince you that slavery was a good thing, or slavery was something that we're used to doing, and we might as well just get with the good masters and leave the bad masters alone. Stuff like that.
Right.
That sound familiar today?
Oh, it's 125% familiar, fam. Like, when I read the stories about all the people that stayed on the plantation after that, I was like, wow.
And I'm sitting there like, people acting like this is not an issue, but that is probably one of the biggest elephants in the room. Is not because, people are moving the bar on what is a plantation.
Oh, there's different types. There's different types.
The main plantation is the person that calls you nigga, or the one that makes sure that you don't get from point A to point B using their influences and their power. People can say on their mind all day that ain't nobody do nothing to me, blah 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 blah. But when they decide to do what they want to do without your permission, they're gonna do it. So until you have this time, like we're having time right now to put our heads together, collect our thoughts, maybe even plan. But I don't think we're doing it effectively enough. I don't think we're really putting all the nuts and bolts and all the things. And then the one thing that we have to really start doing is get rid of the people that can't we have to get rid of the people that can't let go of the master. Because I'm telling you, if we get in our own land, that motherfucker gonna come with us and make hell for us.
Oh yes.
Oh, I totally agree on that. I mean, some of us are not going to be on the island because some of us don't need to be there, man. That's what I think people are afraid of saying, that some of us don't need to be on the island, man.
Right.
How
you gonna spill all white talking points and come on an all black island? That's some bullshit.
I mean, some of us ain't gonna be on the island.
What it is?
You want to come with us? Get out of here, man.
Well, see, the thing about it, Art, and that's what I'm saying. Listen, man, I get it. Yes, I pay taxes, but what the mother effing do? But damn it, man. I just don't like it when somebody shits down on another man for trying, for like saying, "Hey guys, I bought me 6 acres of land." Oh shit, where you think you going? Well, shit, I'm gonna go put a trailer on here, and I'm gonna just build up from scratch. Why would I shit on that man's come up? But we'll do that and compare it to the metropolises and shit. Well, motherfucker, you got to start from somewhere.
But the right thing to do, BMT, is if I see you struggling, I'm supposed to find out, okay, what else does he need? I mean, that's a collective. You should be struggling with that trailer or whatever.
But the point I'm making is, at the end of the day, well, I won't even say it's at the end of the day. This is just my subjective opinion. I think we're operating in a situation where, because of what happened to us on the plantation and the mixed messages we got during Reconstruction, we formed a dual consciousness. One that originated from the plantation, which is where we get our classification of black, and the other of our classification is American, with the amendments that were put in place to solidify that. And so we've got 2 consecutive programs running at the same time, and we keep running into issues where, you know, our black consciousness, you know, we see each other as individuals and we don't really work together. We're fiercely independent. And then all of a sudden we've got this American consciousness that is all about trying to be, you know, cooperative and egalitarian. And I guess it depends on the level of awareness of each of these things as to how you operate, because maybe some of the conditioning just goes dormant. So when you're more aware of what's gone on the black end, you know, maybe you stop running into these syntax errors that you run into being American. And then if you're ignorant of what's going on, you know, on the black end, you know, you identify more with the American dynamic. And so here you are running into this cognitive dissonance, adopting these mentalities the same way and copy and pasting talking points without even realizing it, all under the guise of, I don't see color. Like, this is where we're at. You know, we need some serious deprogramming. And this isn't normal, because what happened to us isn't normal. I don't, it goes back to what you were saying before, because I don't think that's really been taken into serious consideration. You can't find a group of people where this shit has ever happened to them before.
Nope.
No, it's not the same. It's not the same as slavery everywhere.
Man. It's listen, man, I tell you, I've seen and I've freed more slaves in my lifetime than I thought I would ever see. And you know what's crazy? When we freed this one slave, we washed them up, we put clothes on them. You know, they put right back on them rags, walked out the front gate and walked all the way back to the master's house. And I was like, what's wrong? What's and the interpreter said their mind is stuck. So even though that they are free, they are mentally never going to be able to be free. So y'all got to think about that. They mentally, they will never be. You can't, if they mentally can't free themselves, then how you can't help them physically. You got to just say, hey, call it a day, let them go.
You know what's funny about that, B.M.T? Them the motherfuckers that want to be the leaders of the black organizations.
Oh shit, you damn right, boy. You ain't gonna
some of them, they are on the mental plantation. They're not even on the physical plantation. They you know, they say when you go to prison, it's easy to get out of prison because one day somebody's going to push the button, the gate's going to open, and you're going to walk out. They said the mental prison is different because, see, only one person holds the key to that. And sometimes people can't find the key. And I think that that's the same thing with a lot of us. I think a lot of us are, we don't get along, for starters. Number two, we have a mentality of, you know, if I'm doing good, who cares who's doing bad? The people who say I'm doing bad, who cares if someone's doing good? And then you have the people in between that who don't know if they're doing bad or doing good. They're just existing. I think there's so many different classifications of black people. And I think the mistake we make is try to take all those different black people and somehow try to make them circle the wagons around this one ideal. I don't think that's going to work. I mean, you may get a few of those selected groups to circle the wagons around one of those deals, one of those ideals, but I think it's going to be very hard to get all the different kinds of black people, because the rich people ain't going to want to work with the poor people. The bougie people ain't going to want to work with the street people. The thug people ain't going to want to work with the corporate people. So, you know, you got all this shit going on, and what's going to happen, what I think is going to happen, if it does happen the way we want it to happen, where black people actually have their own infrastructure or their own place or their own city or their own island, their own Wakanda, it's going to be more than one. It's not going to be one of them. It's going to be 5 of them. It has to be, because you got all these different types of black people. So it has to be more than one. It can't just be one Wakanda. It's gonna have to be 35 of them, 40 of them, 50 of them. You know, it's not gonna be that one thing that we all black people, we all gather around it and we say, okay, we're all gonna do this. I just don't see. Maybe that's a defeatist mind frame, but I just don't see it that way. I think if you're gonna build some Wakandas, you better plan on building quite a few of them.
Well,
But it's getting late. God damn it, I'm tired. So everybody, give your part in shots so we can peel up out of here.
Righteous. I'm a big believer in putting people in their place when trying to get the job done. I'm a big believer in that. If you're a good follower, be a follower. That means that you're a team player. If you're a leader, be a leader. Has nothing to do with anybody being cool and have swag and all that. It's just about getting the job done and getting results. You know, if you can get those results done, you should be able to do it by any means necessary. But sitting here just like blah blah blah, who's on first, who's on second? Damn, man, it's 2020. we got teenage white boys still have this mentality like this is the Confederate days. How did he learn that shit? How did he learn it? But we're sitting here, you know, what kind of agency that we're teaching our young boys? Get along just to get along? So I just think that people have to really know their positions when they get in these groups. And if you for your people or whatever, be for your people and stop trying to bring in the opposition's talking points and try to force it on the people that's trying to get out of this situation. And I'm done. Thank you, brother T.P.O.T and B.M.T, Nameless.
Brother,
Been a
brother
pleasure.
Art, man. When are me and you gonna do something, man? I know you're back in school and stuff like that. So I don't wanna, pressure you too much because I know you got shit to do. But me and you, we gotta do something, man.
Yeah,
Brother Art.
I try to make things flexible. Like I'm in my class, but I'm still doing Zoom while I'm in the class. So I still have lots of time during that time. I was able to pull off a 10-hour stream. So
So what nights are better for you? Because you know me, I'm Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday. So what nights are better for you?
well, definitely Thursdays are out, and I guess Tuesdays are out now. But probably Mondays and Wednesdays. Because Wednesdays I teach. But I don't have to teach as long because it's Zoom.
Okay.
So I can get in because I start around 6 Pacific, and then depending on how many questions they have, whatever, I just go ahead and record my session and then put it in the playback section, and then they can do their thing. You know, I mean I can't do that every Wednesday, but most Wednesdays I can cut my session short on Wednesday night.
So you still gonna be throwing down Friday nights or
Friday nights? Yeah, I definitely be doing that, but I probably have to cutting down my caseload because this administrative class it's not that bad, but it's time consuming.
All right. Well, I'm gonna come down there and fuck with you this Friday, man.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I forgot.
All right.
I hope you heard me comment on last week's session that you had, because I'm like, okay, I totally understand. We talked about that, so I totally understand where you were coming.
All right. I get it.
All right, Sam. Have
Peace, Art.
Peace out. Peace, everybody.
Peace.
Next.
Peace. I just want to say to wrap it up. X is always good to have. We've been rocking for a while, man.
Absolutely.
And Nameless. And I know a lot of people always try to figure out me, B.M.T. I'm what you see is what you get, man. Y'all can go look up anything of my lifestyle, and I don't just talk and I walk it. Children, investment, property, all stuff. But listen, y'all, I know what it's like to be homeless. I know what it's like to go through the hardship, flip burgers, doggone, do construction, dig ditches, doggone, be the handyman. I've been up and down, man. But I understood that one day I gotta be accountable. Gotta be accountable. So I got my stuff together, man. And y'all can do it too, man. And you're gonna have a lot of, you know what's crazy? It don't be the white man that be trying to make you turn back. It be your own people. The people that they're afraid that you might just prove them wrong and show them that you could go the distance. And I had that. I had that happen when I went out for a job and they said, man, I don't know why you going there, man. Just come on and play some bones with us. That's dominoes for some of y'all. I said, nah, man. I woke up, I waited at the side of that road at 3:00 in the freezing morning. Car rolled up, picked me up, took me there, waited 2 more hours, and I got the job. And I did that for half a year. And now I am where I am today. But I had to have many days, man. I had to bust my ass. I had to go without meals, man. I had to work there. And see, y'all like to look at the end game, but you don't look at the long game. Y'all want the fast money. You don't want the longevity money. Y'all like talking about we shall. No, what are you doing? I agree with Art. Know your place. Find your position first. You know what I'm saying? Listen, man. I don't care for all these beefs and all this stuff, but I know one thing, man. Listen, time winding up where it's either gonna be put up or shut up, man. If these women don't want to come out the streets, leave them. If these brothers don't want to do right, leave them. Do right by you and those around you. I don't try to get everybody on my program. Nameless will tell you. X will tell you. I don't try to get people on my program. Listen, those who are working, we keep our eyes on the prize. We know the field got to get done. So I mean, y'all gotta understand, man. The U.S. is terraforming right before your eyes, and y'all thinking things gonna be the same or gonna be sweet after 2021? Hell no. Y'all see, damn, $20 don't take you nowhere in the grocery store. Y'all see, y'all see schools are changing, sexuality changing. In California, literally, you could be 24 years old dating a 14-year-old. So how do you think that's going to affect the black community when you see a 14-year-old girl selling her ass to a man that is 24 years? Y'all don't look at the long game. But if you're in a position where you say, you know what, I could take me, Nameless, and X, and we can go ahead and get some property, move on out of this damn hellhole, and just do right by us. Yeah, we might have to travel an hour to work, but guess what? The more people that get on our program that we can control, that live in our community, on our property, guess what? More things come out there. We keep it in a central-based system under our guidance. Oh, no, we can't do that. A nation within a nation. No, a settlement within a nation. That becomes a county. That becomes a district. That can have its own representation. But see, when you say these things, they sound crazy because why? It's coming out of a black man's mouth. But I bet you if you heard a white boy say, oh my God, that makes so much sense. What do you think colonizing came from? But you hear it come from a black man, you'll doubt me and blow my brains out in a heartbeat. But I don't buck with your system. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, yo, man, like I'm over that energy of trying to get y'all on the program. Y'all tired of all these people shooting up your babies? You're tired of all this crazy, destructive culture and stuff? Build your own damn culture, man. Build your own system and work out the kinks. I promise you. It'll take some time, but it'll be your system. It'll be your system. Thank you, X, for having me. Nameless, it's always good to see you. Shout out to the people who came through. Shout out to the chat. Like the video, share the video. Peace.
Peace, fam.
Peace, my brother. Parting shots, brother TNP. And before you let off your parting shots, man, me and you got to do something too, brother, man.
It's been a minute and a half, huh?
Yeah, man. It's been a while, man. I gotta get you back up on here, man.
I wanted
101 type shit.
I wanted to get a little bit more content under my belt, because I really started cranking it out. so I've got more stuff on my channel. I'm gonna be putting things forward a lot more now.
Okay.
But you got my email, man. We can definitely chop it up. But my days off now are Thursday, Friday, so it looks like we got Thursday in common. So we may be able to schedule something around that. Yeah.
Hell yeah, that's perfect. That's the perfect day. No debates. You know, that's what I usually do. My one-on-ones, my interviews, you know, that kind of shit. So we gotta set something up, man. Maybe we can do something next week.
Yeah,
I'll hit you up.
Absolutely. But yeah, I guess as far as parting shots go, man, it's what I came up and said earlier. You guys make sure you check out that HR 1636. We really should have information like this circulating around more, because I still think that in a situation where we're being charged for being black, we might as well get power out of it. I mean, it only makes sense. And I think you'll see when people can start seeing how this transfers into money, I think people's values will shift. Because this is really what it's going to boil down to: how fast you can change values in a way that matches the current environment. Because you would be shocked how many things go away and how much of a stopgap you can create once you begin to gain more control of your environment, which I think is what B.M.T is vicariously suggesting, man. And like, we get that we're surrounded, you know, in a global system of white supremacy, but you know, inaction is just as bad as the wrong action. So, you know, at least take the time to sit down and assess your current situation and do what's best for you. Because as a man, you know, you can't help others until you help yourself. That's something I had to learn the hard way. And I'm finding that as I began to help myself, I was able to help my entire family. If I can do it, you can do it. We all can. We just need to make sure we're looking at the right information. But that's all I got to say for now, though. But the T.P.O.T is late for me. Appreciate you having me on, family.
Late for me too. I'm gonna hit you up, man. I want us to do something next Thursday, brother.
All right, well, we can definitely set that up. Just hit me up in the email and whatever topics you got, man. If you need me to line something up, man, I got you.
Oh, absolutely. I'll hit you up tomorrow sometime. That's a definite. I'll definitely be hitting you up tomorrow, my brother. Appreciate you, man.
Absolutely. Peace to the chat. Peace to you, family. Have a good night.
Peace, brother. And put your put your channel in the chat and all that kind of stuff, you know, so people can hit you up.
Okay, throw that on there. All right, appreciate it.
My brother. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah. So we're gonna bring this to a close. We eventually had the debate. The general eventually showed up and showed out. You know, so we're gonna wrap this up, man. You know, y'all know how we do it here. You know, I'm gonna run one of my damn commercials and then we're gonna peel on up out of here. That's what we're gonna do. I'll see y'all on the other side of the break.
Open your mind.
Hey guys, T.P.O.T. on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. But you knew that already.
Yeah, so we're gonna wrap it up. You know, hit us up on our other social media avenues that we have. You know, we are on Twitter and Instagram, and we got the Facebook group page. So go ahead, sign up, follow them, because y'all know what's gonna happen if you don't. If you don't, I will haunt your old black ass mama in her dreams. Yeah, I'll be floating over mama bed tonight. But anyway, man, I appreciate everybody coming out tonight, man. I appreciate these good folks right here, man, in this chat. Most importantly, man, I appreciate you good folks out there, man, for spending some time with us, man, watching us, hanging out with us. It's always a pleasure, man, to be up here with you good folks. I appreciate all the PayPals, the super chats, and the cash apps that I got tonight. I want to send a special shout out to our debaters, the general, of course, and my brother B.M.T, but I also want to shout out my man TNP, the nameless protagonist, brother Art, modern day brother and Renaissance man, and Lady Sheila as well. Go ahead, man. Check out their channels, man. There's something to be learned from all of these good folks that we had up here tonight. I appreciate them coming on, contributing to the conversation. But before we go, of course, you know, X always has some programming notes. Tomorrow, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, my man Syr Tyce is going to be in the house, man. And he's going to be up here talking about fasting, the benefits of fasting, eating healthy, having a healthy lifestyle. He's going to be talking about all that shit, your sugar intake, your salt intake, all that kind of stuff. Brother Syr Tyce is going to be here tomorrow dropping it. So I expect about 5 of y'all to show up tomorrow. All right. So y'all 5 show up for the benefits of fasting with brother Syr Tyce, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, right here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. You know. All right. All right. So with that, I will leave you with 3 words. You know, like I always do. Well, once I set it up, that is.
Let us open our minds.
I know leadership don't need love don't need.
Peace, folks.
If we don't stop, if we parade, they celebrate. Eat caviar, drink champagne. If we parade, they celebrate. At the death of a child, of a slave. Child of a slave. Remember your forefathers' tears, the lives which was lost for us to see peaceful years when shots stop, moving remains flat. If they parade, they celebrate. Eat caviar, drink champagne. If they parade, they celebrate. At the death of the child of a slave. Proper thought. Open our mind. We don't stop. Open our mind. Open our mind. The child of a slave. Proper thought. Open our mind.
Join the league. Join the league.
Only from the Prophet of Thought series media. Open your mind. 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 Open your mind.